All right, we are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Cy Deathful and Lucky Otter, and I'm assuming other people too, because I see 4 concurrent viewers. So welcome in, everyone, to stream. Hey, Lady Kelgana, how you doing? Been forever. How you doing, everyone? I didn't stream on Friday. I don't know why. It was like I woke up and I felt hungover, even though I haven't drank in like a year. And I don't know, sometimes I wake up and I just feel something's off. I'm like, I've got enough videos in the can for the next couple days. So I just put it off until today. You know, why stream on Friday when you can put it off till Monday? But we got some topics to talk about today. When did I live in Russia? I lived in Russia in the early to mid 90s. So I lived there for a year between 93 and 94. Then we moved back to the States for a year, and then I lived there from 95 to 97. And all told, that was about 3 years total. But anyway, we've got some topics to talk about. As the title says, there's trouble in the stars. We've got a couple of Star Trek stories and a Star Wars story. In addition, we've got other such things as more David Zaslav fuckery that we're going to look into. And we've got movies to review. This week, I'm going to be reviewing The Promised Land, Scrambled, Argylle, and Society of the Snow. After all of that, I'll probably pull up some Mario Odyssey, and I might turn on a little bit of TTS Dono action. Get the robot lady to say funny things. You know? Lucky Otter says, a Star Wars story, good writing. Well, this one, I don't actually know a ton about it. I grabbed a couple of articles for it. Actually, I grabbed one article for it and a Fox News clip. But Gina Carano is suing Disney for being fired. And, like, that's, like, the sum total of what I know about it. So we're going to learn together. I can assume some of the backstory of that just having paid attention to the rise and fall of Gina Carano's career. But, yeah, we'll get into that. By the way, if you haven't yet, make sure to drop a like on the stream. If you are feeling extra generous, you could also drop a donation. I've got super chats enabled, but if you really want me to have the money, because YouTube takes a big cut out of every super chat, there is a donation link in the description. Click that, and that goes directly to my PayPal, so the only cut is the PayPal transaction fee. If there's other ways you want to support me, I've also got channel memberships, and I've got a Patreon. So, with all that out of the way, and hey, thank you, Stream Elements bot, you finally showed up with the donation link. With all of that out of the way, why don't I get started with our first topic? Let us begin. Gina Carano is a failed actress, and I want to say failed MMA fighter. I feel like she did some MMA. I don't know how successful she was. So if she's not a failed MMA fighter, then okay. But she's objectively a failed actress. Some of her early acting work was so bad that they actually, like, hired somebody to dub over all of her dialogue in, like, one of the first movies that she starred in. But bad acting ability aside, she managed to land a pretty substantial role on a little sci-fi franchise called Star Wars. And I will admit, I liked her character, the character of Cara Dune on The Mandalorian. I thought she was great. And I remember when she first showed up, a lot of the people who are now her best friends were complaining about how the addition of Cara Dune was making Star Wars woke because a woman beat up Mando. So it's very interesting to see how narratives can change with the, just the culture war. But anyway, after a while, once Gina Carano's social media exposed her as kind of a right-wing conspiracy nut, she started posting one too many things that were sussy, is the word I'm going to use, and Disney fired her. She had a spin-off TV show lined up for The Mandalorian, and she couldn't keep her mouth shut on saying conspiratorial, anti-Semitic, transphobic things on Twitter. And so they fired her. Well, Carano strikes back. Gina Carano sues Disney over Mandalorian firing in lawsuit funded by Elon Musk. That's right. The richest and smartest man in the world is funding this one. In an Oops. Come on. Why are you freaking out like that? Oh my god. I'm just trying to highlight something. Thank you. In an escalation of a standoff over her firing from The Mandalorian, Gina Carano is suing Disney and Lucasfilm for discrimination and wrongful termination in a lawsuit that opens another front in the battlefield for influence over Hollywood that has drawn in corporate America. Carano, in a complaint filed Tuesday in California federal court, alleges she was fired for voicing right-wing opinions on social media and seeks a court order that would force Lucasfilm to recast her. Can you imagine? Imagine getting fired, famously fired from a Star Wars film, and then going to do horrible right-wing stuff and be like, oh, the only solution, you have to bring me back. Nobody likes her anymore. Like, if I actually wouldn't mind seeing Cara Dune come back, but with a different actress. Elon Musk, making good on a promise to foot the legal bill for users who claim they have been discriminated against due to their activity on his platform, is helping fund the suit through X. Hollywood Reporter, I understand that you're trying to, respect the website's currently chosen name, but I prefer to call Twitter by its original biological name. In a oh my god, why is it doing this? In a statement, Twitter's head of business operations, Joe Benarock, said, as a sign of Twitter's commitment to free speech, we're proud to provide financial support to Gina Carano's lawsuit, empowering her to seek vindication of her free speech rights on Twitter and the ability to work without bullying, harassment, or discrimination. Okay, so the thing is, she has free speech. She is not in prison right now for saying the things that she was saying on Twitter. When conservatives talk about the erosion of free speech, what they mean is they want to be able to say whatever they want, and you aren't allowed to be mad at them for it. They're allowed to say what they want, and we have to shut up and deal with it. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequences from speech. It just means that the government can't punish you for it. I can literally go out to a street corner if I wanted to and start spouting all sorts of Nazi bullcrap. Not that I am not a Nazi. I hate Nazis. I'm just using this as an example. Say I walked outside my place of business. I didn't even have a work uniform on, and I was just shouting a whole bunch of Nazi stuff. I have the freedom of speech to do that. I can't be arrested for doing that, but my job would very likely fire me for doing that. That's kind of what we've got going on here. Lucasfilm in 2021 announced that Carano would not be returning to the hit series after sharing a post in which she said, "Most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views?" Well, first off, being a Jew is both a religious and ethnic identity that one cannot simply shed. Whereas when you're talking about hating someone for their political views, they're talking about hating somebody for having hateful views, right? Like, I can disagree with somebody on whether ketchup belongs on a hot dog. It very clearly doesn't, and you should go to jail if you put it on there. But I can happily disagree with somebody on that. That's fine. That's just a difference of opinion. But, like, if somebody says, well, it's just my opinion that transgenders are, like, grooming children and they're all pedophiles, if you say that, I'm going to hate you. It's not going to be okay. We're not going to be cool. And I have the right to react that way when somebody has hateful views like that. It was the latest in a long string of posts in which the former MMA fighter, okay, yeah, former MMA, all right, I was right there, drew the ire of social media users for positions seen as right-wing on hot-button issues. Carano, who was dropped by UTA following the controversy, previously mocked government mandates to wear masks during the COVID-19 pandemic. By the way, wear a fucking mask. Wear a mask. Get an N95, wear it everywhere you go. COVID is not over. It's actually, like, the spread right now is as bad as it has been basically any time since the start of the pandemic. Just because the government gave up doesn't mean it's gone. It's still there. Long COVID's a real thing. Mask the fuck up. And falsely suggested that voter fraud occurred during the 2020 presidential election. In a statement clarifying the posts on Twitter, Carano on Tuesday said, "My words were consistently twisted to demonize and dehumanize me as an alt-right-wing extremist." Gina, you went on the Daily Wire. You've done movies for the Daily Wire. The only argument that you can make that the Daily Wire is not alt-right is that Ben Shapiro is Jewish. But they say basically all the same stuff that the quote-unquote alt-right does. And honestly, several members of the Daily Wire are probably pretty anti-Semitic themselves. I mean, let's be honest, Ben Shapiro is anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro has said that if you don't support Israel, you're a fake Jew. That's anti-Semitic. So, you know, yeah, no, I'm just totally comfortable calling the Daily Wire alt-right. And Gina Carano ran right to them. So, according to the complaint, Disney and Lucasfilm harassed and defamed Carano for refusing to conform with their viewpoints on issues relating to Black Lives Matter. Well, the viewpoint should be that Black Lives Matter. You should actually think that black people are people and deserve to live. Like, that's the correct stance. You should be fired if you don't think that. Preferred pronouns and disproven claims of election interference. Preferred pronouns, that was like the first big thing that she was being canceled for. I remember she was being asked to put her pronouns in her bio. And she was kind of resistant to it at first. She's like, I don't see the point. And then eventually she decided, okay, well, people keep hounding me about it. I'm in Star Wars, so I'm going to make a Star Wars related joke. So she put her pronouns as beep/bop/boop, which might be the pronouns that like R2D2 had. Now, I can see a case where making pronoun jokes like that is funny, but it has to come from a place of like self debasement, or like, you know, like there are jokes that trans people can make about themselves that cis people can't. There are jokes that black people can make about themselves that white people can't. You know, it's something like that. And so for somebody who very clearly cis and not really understanding trans issues to make a joke like that, that was pretty insensitive. I think she could have walked away from that a better person. Pedro Pascal, her co-star on Mandalorian, he's got a trans sister. Like, I'm pretty sure he had a conversation with her to kind of like explain the nuances, and he walked away from it thinking that she had like a better understanding after that. But you know, Apparently not. And disproven claims of election interference. While she was allegedly fired for her cultural and religious beliefs, Carano argues that the entertainment giant turned a blind eye to her male co-stars, who allegedly made offensive and denigrating posts directed toward Republicans. She points to Pedro Pascal's 2017 post comparing former President Donald Trump to Hitler. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that is just simply not at all a comparison. You were comparing people being mad at bigots to people being mad at Jews. Pedro Pascal was mad at a fascist and comparing him to another fascist. Like, what you did was deeply, deeply anti-Semitic. And Pedro Pascal's just calling it like it is. Hey, Kirim, how's it going? You said you want to debate me on the Barbie movie sometime? Maybe. Hit me up in DMs. Let's find out what your angle is. The suit says Disney required Carano, who was paid $25,000 per episode as a guest actor and later negotiated a one-time $5,000 bonus, to meet with representatives of the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Discrimination and demanded a public apology. $25,000. Hang on, I gotta look up. How many episodes was she in? How many episodes of Mandalorian was Gina Carano in? Okay, so she was in 7 episodes. So 7 times 25,000 plus 5,000. That is $180,000. That's how much she made as Cara Dune. Honestly, for Star Wars, that feels low. It's not like she was like the title star, and you know they had been planning to do a spin-off series with her where she probably would have made more than $25,000 per episode. I don't know what Pedro Pascal's making on this show. That seemed, I don't know. Obviously, $25,000 is higher than I have seen guest spots go for. Like I remember seeing Michelle Hurd back during the actor strike. She was talking about how like some people might get a guest spot for like $8,000, and she talked about how like you could see somebody like maybe get 4 guest spots on TV in a year and be like, oh, I'm seeing them everywhere, they must be doing really good. But 4 guest spots at $8,000 a pop is $32,000 a year. That's actually peanuts. So I don't know. It's expensive to live in Hollywood, and I don't know. I think actors should be making more. So I'll say I think Gina Carano was underpaid here, especially for a franchise that can afford it, you know? But $25,000 is still definitely a lot higher than the $8,000 that I've heard. Anyway, sorry, that was an aside. Would you stop scrolling up when I highlight things? Holy crap. Defendants went so far as to try to convince Carano's publicists to force Carano to issue a statement admitting to mocking or insulting an entire group of people, which Carano had never done, the complaint states. She did the beep bop boop thing, which, like, I don't know, that's debatable. I would need to pull up the exact examples of the tweets that she's talking about. I didn't have that ready on hand. Like I said, I hadn't looked into this beforehand. I just wanted to see what the story is. But I do have a clip of her on Fox News after this, so we're gonna see what she has to say there. After she refused, Carano was told to meet with Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy and 45 employees who identify as LGBTQ+, according to the suit. She declined and was terminated shortly after from The Mandalorian, as well as other titles in the Star Wars universe, including Rangers of the New Republic, which is DOA, because that show was going to be about her. Carano also alleges Disney engaged in a post-termination smear campaign, citing the abrupt removal of an episode of Running Wild with Bear Grylls in which she appeared from the show's scheduled lineup in an effort to malign her. Though the episode eventually aired, Disney allegedly omitted any mention of her name and likeness in promotional materials. The suit faults Disney's termination of Carano as the impetus for UTA and her transactional lawyer dropping her as a client. I'm just going to say that, generally speaking, if your agency drops you, it's not because you were discriminated against by a studio. Now, it can happen. We have seen it happen with Melissa Barrera, who spoke out in favor of Palestine and was fired from the Scream franchise. And then she was, I think, dropped, but then re-picked up by her agency. So it can happen. But, like, generally speaking... stop scrolling up. Generally speaking, if your agency drops you and if your lawyer drops you, that's a bad sign for you. That does not look good on you. That's not Disney doing that. Disney didn't hire your lawyer. Disney didn't hire your agency. Carano brings claims for wrongful discharge and sex discrimination. She seeks a court order that would force Lucasfilm to recast her and at least $75,000 plus punitive damages. Some of us have been unjustly singled out, harassed, persecuted, and had our livelihoods stripped away because we dared to encourage conversation, asked questions, and refused to go along with the mob, she said in a statement. The mob being people who were wearing masks to, make sure that COVID doesn't keep spreading and mutating and killing everyone, At-will employees, who make up the majority of private sector workers, often face an uphill climb in obtaining damages for terminations over problematic online posts deemed to be offensive and in violation of workplace policies. Unlike employees in the public sector, such workers are not shielded against discipline under the First Amendment. Also, I should point out here that, if she was an at-will employee, she was a guest star for all of her appearances on The Mandalorian. If she wasn't main cast, then she wasn't fired. She just wasn't brought back. Now, depending on where they had been in development on Rangers of the New Republic, you might be able to argue that she was fired from that, but, in order for them to hire her back for that show, they would need to uncancel that show. They scrapped development on that show. That show is just DOA. So, what's she want them to do? She's gonna sue them to make a Star Wars thing they don't even want to make? That sets a bad precedent. Oh, God damn it, stop doing this. Okay. On Twitter, funding the suit, Carano added, "I am honored that my case has been chosen to be supported by the company that has been one of the last glimmers of hope for free speech in the world." Yes, Twitter, which, last month banned a whole bunch of journalists, right as we're getting into election season. Twitter, which, has declared cis as a slur and has started, hiding posts in which people say the word cis. Twitter, which is happy to have people with usernames like Hitler Lover 1488 just stay up and post transphobia and anti-Semitism, and Elon Musk himself is boosting anti-Semitic claims, but if you say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free in support of a people who are currently being genocided, then your post gets limited. It's not a free speech bastion. I'm sorry, it's a right-wing speech bastion right now. So, last year, Musk pledged to fund legal action for users on Twitter who claim they have faced discrimination by their employers over their activity on the platform. The offer came with no limit on costs, with Musk saying he would go after the boards of directors of the companies too. Amidst the hardening of position on issues such as gender politics and race in the Republican Party, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has made holding woke corporations accountable one of the main pillars of his failed presidential campaign. Yeah, failed presidential campaign. It's not actually working. Last year, he assumed control of the special tax district that controls development around Disney World in a move intended to retaliate against the company for voicing opposition to a law that limits classroom discussion on sexuality and gender. And that didn't work out for him because Disney did a runaround on him because, like, Ron DeSantis is a fascist, and one of the things about fascists is that they are so tied to their disconnect from reality that they don't actually have competent people running things. Anyway, but that's just a little aside there. Okay, so that's the Hollywood Reporter's story on it. Now that's not the end of it, because we've got here a little interview that Gina did on Fox News. So let's take a look at that.
Gina, why do you think, after all of the things said and done by actors and actresses of all political stripes, you were specifically targeted?
Oh, that's a good question. I think maybe because I'm a bit unassuming. I am easy to work with, and I think sometimes, you know, if you asked anybody on that set, they would say, you know,
I just gotta say, she's got all of the riz. First off, she is doing this on what I can only assume is a potato. Like, you've got Daily Wire money, girl. Where's your camera? Are you filming this on like an old Android? Like, seriously, what is this video quality? But also, like, she's just got zero energy here. Like, oh yeah, I definitely want her to be leading a Star Wars franchise. That's definitely not going to put me to sleep.
I was the most non-controversial person, but I think
No, you weren't. It's very obvious you weren't the most non-controversial person. You were encouraging a lot of COVID denialism and election denialism. You're a conspiracy theorist.
like we've seen all over America, you know, a lot of us are getting sick and tired. And so I think that I was a bit unassuming in standing up, and I think that's why I was targeted.
What have you learned from all of this? I mean, you were at one of the biggest perches in the entertainment field, and now...
No. Biggest purchases of the... No. I'm sorry, Gina Carano, like, nobody was talking about her before she was cast in Star Wars. Like, there is this narrative that they're building up that Gina Carano was like this A-list actor who had it all until Disney decided to cancel her because they're woke. No, she's not a good actress. I think she did fine for Cara Dune because Cara Dune was written for somebody like Gina Carano, you know, just a big muscly woman who doesn't really have to emote a lot. Like, she's basically the female version of like the 80s action hero. So like it was written to her strengths, but like she doesn't have any kind of star power. She didn't have a whole bunch of projects lined up. She's nowhere near the talent of somebody like Margot Robbie. What is this?
Next day you were canceled.
What I've learned is that if this can happen to me, this can happen to anyone.
No, it can't happen to anyone because not anyone was posting anti-Semitic, vax, COVID denialism, election fraud bullshit. Oh, if they cancel me, they might cancel anybody who's a conspiracy nut. Yeah. That's good, actually.
And I'm easy to work with, and I am passionate about what we do. I'm always.
You aren't easy to work with. There were 45 queer employees of Disney that you refused to sit in a room with. They were made very uncomfortable by your comments on social media, and you refused to go and sit down and listen to their concerns. That's not something that happens to somebody who is easy to work with.
Excited to be on set. I even worked with them as much as I possibly could to resolve any issues that they had. But, you know,
no, because we just read that you refused to go to that meeting.
Eventually you have a line, and, you know, when that line gets crossed, you just have to say, enough. Enough is enough. And if I look back on what if I would have caved and I would have done something that disrespected myself, then I wouldn't be doing any favors to the next generation, to my nieces, to your children, you know.
That none of them are going to be in a Star Wars movie. I don't care.
And I felt like since I didn't have any children, I was a person that could stand up and say some things. And the things that I said were so gentle. They weren't aggressive. They were.
No. You said that being a conservative in America was like being a Jew in Nazi Germany. When the conservatives in America right now are trying to be the Nazis in Nazi Germany. I'm sorry, there's this uwu small bean demeanor that she's putting on that is just like this is an act. This is an act. She is an MMA fighter. She plays, you know, rough characters and stuff like that. She is not this soft little nice person. That's not what she's been doing this entire time. This is just, she's been told by her lawyer to be like, oh, you know, I'm just a really nice person. I just, you know, have questions about why Biden stole the election from Trump. You know, it's just asking questions.
They were never with ill intent. They were never malicious, and that's how I know, because I was so conscious that, you know, if this can happen to me, this will happen to you, and if we just
this will happen to you. Okay. This is a line that is so frequently used by conservatives, and like especially powerful conservatives. And it's part of this whole idea kind of wrapped up in just like the general idea of how Americans view themselves. If you've ever heard the phrase temporarily embarrassed millionaire, the way that Americans have been sold the capitalist dream is that with hard work and gumption, any one of us can be a movie star or, you know, a CEO. It's just, we just have to want it hard enough. But that's not actually how the system works. And the people who actually get to that point are usually pretty amoral people like Donald Trump. And when Donald Trump goes out there and says, if they do it to me, they'll do it to you too. And it's like, no, they won't do it to you too. You have no power. You're just a person. You're just Joe Schmo working 2 jobs and barely making enough to pay for rent. They're not coming after you and Donald Trump's in the way. Like, that's not how any of this works. You have these very powerful people, very famous people who are getting some pushback for being awful people, and they want to, you know, weaponize populism and be like, oh, they're just coming after me because I'm speaking my mind. It's like you are oversimplifying what's actually happening here, and honestly, she's just lying. She's just lying about what's going on here.
Pass this along to the next generation. You know, it's just going to get worse and worse.
Well, it's good advice, because people, young Americans, come up to me all the time and they say, Jesse, I love what you say. I believe the same thing, but at my job or my college, I can't really say that because I'll get in trouble. What do I do?
Well, by in trouble, you mean people are going to rightly say, oh, you're an asshole. Right? Like, they just want the right to be an asshole without anybody telling them they're an asshole. That's ultimately what the conservative goal is these days.
Very hard to navigate this crazy world that we live in. So, you know, I guess your story is very inspiring to a lot of people, Gina.
I have people at these fan expos that I absolutely love, and I have them coming up in tears, in mass amounts of people
coming up in tears. That, oh my, this sounds exactly like the kind of stuff that I've heard from Donald Trump. Is like, I had grown men, military men who were, 350 pounds of muscle, who have killed people with their eyelashes, and they're just looking at me like, in tears, Mr. President, our country is falling apart and only you can fix it. Like, it's that kind of a thing. Like, I don't believe you.
Up in tears and just thank me for taking a stand, thank me for saying the things that I said, and that has made it all worth it. No matter what happens, that has made it all worth it. And I really applaud Elon Musk and X,
Twitter. It's called Twitter.
For championing me in this lawsuit. And
maybe Elon Musk could buy you a better webcam. Just saying.
And I appreciate all your love and support out there, and I hope I make you proud.
Oh, well, we feel that. Thanks, Gina, and good luck on the litigation, and keep us posted.
All right. Gina Carano, the only person who canceled you is you. You had every opportunity to not be a bigoted asshole, to not post conspiracy nonsense, to listen to the concerns of queer people you were alienating with your rhetoric, to not post election denialism in the wake of an insurrection on the Capitol. You had every opportunity to not do these objectively horrible things. And you're mad that after doing these objectively horrible things, nobody wants to associate with you anymore. We'll see how this lawsuit goes. Hopefully, the courts are going to be smart enough to be like, no, sorry, you can't actually sue a company into making a show they don't want to make. Because that's ultimately what she's asking for. She's asking to be rehired, but, if they don't want to bring back Cara Dune, she's not under contract to play Cara Dune. They don't have to make a TV show they don't want to make and make Rangers of the New Republic. Like, I genuinely don't know what kind of ground she has to stand on with this lawsuit. We'll see how it goes. Frankly, I hope Elon Musk spends so much money on it. Just because, I like to see him burn money. It's funny to me to watch this man who's the richest man in the world destroy his net worth because he's got brainworms. And if he wants to keep throwing money at Gina Carano to do it, good luck to the both of them. You found a good grift, Gina. Enjoy it. All right. Now, next up. Okay. Now, you may be wondering why the words Will Wheaton are on screen. I'll get to that in a minute. But first up, we all know who Elmo is, right? We all love Elmo. He's the cute little Muppet on Sesame Street who talks like a 5-year-old. Well, it seems like maybe not everyone likes Elmo. I'm not playing audio of this, I'm just showing the footage, but Larry David the other day decided to attack Elmo. Unprompted, by the way. He just came up and was tired of seeing Elmo on there. And this is, I think, in wake of Elmo making that tweet asking how everyone has been. And pretty much everyone's like, Elmo, you know that everything's miserable. And Larry David decided to do a bit that didn't seem to go over that well with most people. And, like, I think Larry David might have done just a tiny bit of an apology tour over it, but, like, who cares? He did a bit that didn't go over well. But it set some people off. And that's where Wil Wheaton comes in. Here we have a screenshot of, I think it's now a deleted thread on Facebook, because I was checking Wil Wheaton's Facebook and I couldn't find this thread up. He does have a response thread that we'll be going over in a little bit. But here is Wil Wheaton saying, so I heard about Larry David assaulting Elmo on live television, I think he means live television, but didn't watch it until now because I knew it would upset me. Holy shit, it's even worse than I thought. What the fuck is wrong with that guy? Elmo is like the best friend to multiple generations of children. In the Sesame Street universe, Elmo is a child who is currently putting mental health and caring for others in the spotlight. And Larry fucking David did that and thought it was going to be funny? What? What an asshole. What a stupid, self-centered, tone-deaf asshole. Full disclosure, all the time, when I was growing up, my dad would grab me by the shoulders and shake me while he screamed in my face. He choked me more than once. He was always out of control, always in a furious rage, and always terrifying. I'm a 51-year-old man, and my heart is pounding right now, recalling how I felt when I was a little boy who loved Grover the way today's kids love Elmo. Okay, so this is, and I say this without meaning or anything like that, this is Wil Wheaton being triggered. This is legitimately, he has suffered child abuse. And seeing Larry David go after Elmo like that triggered his memories of him being abused as a child. And I am nothing but sympathetic to that. I think he probably should have kept this one in therapy, because it does seem a little overblown. First off, kids aren't watching the Today Show or whichever show it was that Elmo was on. Like that's not a show kids care to watch. So it wasn't like Larry David was doing this on Sesame Street, right? It might have been a failed bit, whatever. But like, I can acknowledge, okay, Wil Wheaton, some people are going to find this cringe. I can fully sympathize with where you are at here. I don't know that I would have made this big post about it. And this is actually just a snippet of it. Somebody else, and apologize for the potato quality, but somebody else was able to pull the whole post. And I don't know that I want to go over the whole thing. It's more of just him being mad at Larry David. But there was a response here that actually really pissed me off. And it's Robert Evans saying, "Shut up, Wesley." Now, if you don't know who Robert Evans is, he is the host of the very good podcast Behind the Bastards, which I've been listening to a lot recently. He's a very, very insightful person. I don't know if he knows this, though. Wil Wheaton has been being told, "Shut up, Wesley," by abusive fans for 30 years. He actually very famously made a post about it saying, "Hey, I'm just going to start blocking people on social media who say that to me. It's never been funny. It's always been used to diminish and demean me. And, considering that it's from a time in my life where I was being abused and groomed into Hollywood by my abusive parents, it just brings up a lot of negative feelings for me, and so I don't appreciate it, and I'm gonna block you if you use it. I don't know if Robert Evans knows that story. I hope Robert Evans doesn't know that story. Because if he does know that story, then he's responding to a man who is acting out of trauma by using a phrase that triggers his trauma. So, like, I really want to give Robert Evans the benefit of the doubt that he did not know that. If he did, that's incredibly fucked up. But, yeah, I'm not going to go over the rest of Will Wheaton's rant here. He does have a response, though. What is going on? Come on, Facebook. I never open a Facebook for a good and sound reason. Will Wheaton posted a response to it, and I haven't read this response, but I pulled it up, and I want to see what he has to say. The story really ought to be about how a grown man behaved on live television, violently going after a beloved children's character without the consent of the performer. I think that's a fair argument. Like, if you're doing live TV and somebody goes off script, especially for, like, you know, a puppet segment, which, like I said, kids aren't watching the Today Show, but maybe some kids were. And, like, it does seem like Larry David's whole bit fell flat. Like, nobody really seems to enjoy it that much. Honestly, I think it would have been funnier if it had been planned, because that way they could have actually choreographed it. Because the way Larry David went about it, it looked, you know, very much like he's trying to hold back. And so it doesn't look like he committed at all. So anyway, but that's very obviously not where Will Wheaton's going with this. That's just an aside here. And there really should have been meaningful consequences for his behavior, which he knew he'd never experience when he doubled down after being forced to issue a deeply insincere non-apology and laughing the whole thing off. I'm reluctant to say anything because the narrative set up by clout-chasing blogs and clickbaiting websites is some version of, lol, this guy was super upset about a puppet, let's all mock him, which, well, yes, but that omits some rather important context. You may even call it the most vital context that would undermine the premise of the headline. But, you know, the last 48 hours or so have been eye-opening, and I wanted to take a moment to illustrate the consequences of that framing and acknowledge that speaking up for yourself and others can really bring out the absolute worst in people. Attached to this post is a sampling of the sort of things people have been saying to me the last 48 hours. Let's see. Oh, geez. Quite a few of these things. I'll check those out later. To be clear, they are massively outnumbered by people who saw exactly what I saw and had a similar reaction. To be clear, these toxic and hateful people show up in little groups around 10 or so at a time, fling a bunch of metaphorical shit around the room, and run away just as quickly as they arrived. It feels very coordinated. It's the internet. You're a public figure. You're going to deal with trolls. I think Will talking about his mental health stuff and being vulnerable about it has been a positive. I don't think that means every single time something upsets you that you have to make a post about it, particularly a post saying Larry David is a bad person for having done this thing. Not everyone knows everybody's triggers. Now, granted, shaking a child, that seems like a fairly obvious one, so you might have an argument there. But in general, just because something triggered you doesn't mean that the person who triggered it was doing something wrong or even realized that that was a trigger. Your trauma and your abuse is important to acknowledge and to deal with, but it's also for you to deal with. And that involves, therapy, which I'm sure Will Wheaton is in. I don't know. It seems like he's decided that Larry David is this irredeemable monster for having done this, when it really just feels like he is transposing his feelings about his father onto Larry David. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze him or anything like that. Like, I'm just saying, I think as much as I appreciate Will Wheaton being open about his mental health struggles and about having been abused, I think there's a lot of value to that. I don't think there's value in attacking anybody who did something that unintentionally triggered you. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I weep when I see this sort of casual cruelty. Someone told me he wished my dad had hit me more. Yeah, that's fucked up. Fuck the trolls. Someone reduced my entire childhood of traumatic suffering to, wow, my dad yelled at me. Wow, yeah. Yeah, you were vulnerable on the internet and people were awful to you, and that sucks. And the thing is, saying that sort of thing to me isn't going to make your dad love you either, buddy. I mean, just think about that. I was a little boy, a child just existing, and a grown man. My father, for no reason at all, would grab me by the shoulders and scream in my face while my mother stood by and made it somehow my fault. That was my reality. That's the terror I lived in every day. And my mother's solution to my father's abuse was to just try harder to make him love me. Okay, that's who these people are talking about when they mock my trauma or the pain and terror I experienced, the sadness, loss, and grief I live with. If I could change anything at all about what I wrote, I would reword what I said so people who have a vested interest in protecting a powerful celebrity couldn't tone police me and ignore the substance of what I reacted to. I would have taken the terrified child inside of me and soothed him before the adult I am spoke up in his defense the way nobody ever did for me when I was him. Okay. So you would have made it less about Larry David, is what is kind of sounds like what he's saying. And like, that sounds like a reasonable critique of his own behavior here. And like I said, I don't think he did anything really wrong. I think it was a little over the top. And I can understand why people would see it as cringe, but I think there's something healthy about talking about your mental health struggles in a productive way. I don't regret what I said, and I'd say it all again, even if I hadn't been contacted publicly and privately by tons of parents who had to help their small children get through what they saw on live television, and my fellow survivors who also experienced a deeply traumatic memory where people like the ones in these screen grabs saw something harmless. The single most consistent sentiment is disbelief that there were zero consequences for what that man did, and the familiar pain that also comes with that reality for a lot of us. And now, just like when we were children experiencing abuse and fear, we're being told that we are overreacting, that it's somehow all our fault, that we're making things up, and that our feelings are all invalid because we didn't express them according to an ever-changing set of rules that we never get to see. I think that's fair. And maybe I'm guilty of that in this segment a little bit. I'm so grateful that my EMDR work and all the intensive therapy and recovery work I have done and am doing is working. I sincerely do not feel worked up by these comments, just disappointed at what they say about the state of the world. The gleeful spewing of raw, unfiltered hatred and mockery towards someone who barely survived a childhood defined by abuse and exploitation, their denigration of my humanity and lived experience isn't finding fertile ground inside of me to germinate, which is fantastic and something I'm proud to have accomplished. What happened to them? What happened to their humanity and empathy? As traumatized as I am, I would never tell someone who was treated the way I was by my parents that it was their fault or wish any additional suffering upon them. Yeah, I agree. Now, when I say that your trauma and your triggers are your responsibility, I'm not saying that it's your fault that you have your trauma and triggers, but the way that you deal with them through therapy is ultimately your responsibility because nobody else is going to be inside your head for you. You know, I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just saying I don't know that the post itself, the way that he worded it, was the most optimal way to engage, but that's okay. Like I said, I understand why he made this post. I understand he was triggered. I understand why people thought it was cringe. I didn't have a problem with it, other than it seems like he went really hard on Larry David, who, as far as I'm concerned, just did a cringe bit himself. And yet, someone on my Tumblr thing, he said, the whole crux of this for me is the men. Men are too emotionally stunted. Men should be allowed to openly show their feelings. Will Wheaton, a notable man, is vulnerable with his feelings. The men openly and viciously mock him. Y'all, what do you want? What do you actually fucking want? Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. No, like I said, I appreciate Will Wheaton. There was an interview that he did. He hosts The Ready Room, which is the Star Trek after show. There's an episode of The Ready Room after every single episode of new Star Trek. And there was an episode in season 4 of Star Trek Discovery where the character of Tilly decides to leave Discovery and become a teacher. And she, in that episode, talked about how she kind of had gone into Starfleet and done all this stuff because it was the life that was kind of expected of her, but it wasn't something she ever really thought about if it was actually what she wanted. And now that she had these new opportunities, she decided to change her career. And this is a character in Star Trek Discovery doing all this stuff. And the actress who played Tilly was on that episode of The Ready Room, and Will Wheaton was actually in tears talking to her because he felt seen by that scene. He saw so much of just the way that he, as a child actor, had been groomed into that whole environment, and how it was never something that he felt like he actually got a say in. And seeing somebody recognize that and take control of their own agency, he found value in that. And I was watching this and I was just like, the actress looked a little bit uncomfortable because of him, because of how much he was crying about it. But like, I appreciate his honesty and his openness here. And people are going to call it cringe. And like, Lord knows, I have definitely seen Will Wheaton be cringe. I was at BlizzCon several years ago, and he was hosting the costume contest, and he opened it with a 5-minute stand-up set that was entirely just one joke over and over again, which was how bad he was at Diablo 3. And I walked away from the stage because I didn't want to hear him keep going, and they were piping it into all the other halls, so I could not escape from Will Wheaton talking about how bad he was at a video game for 5 minutes. But that's okay. I think Will Wheaton, by and large, his advocacy is a good, positive thing. I think it's important to talk about mental health issues. And I don't think we should be dismissing it like Robert Evans did. Let's give him the... I didn't finish reading what he said. Speaking generally and very broadly, the men are clearly not okay, and I have no idea how to help the men get okay. I do know that having Larry David as some kind of aspirational example for the men clearly isn't helping. Is Larry David an aspirational example for the men? He... like, his whole character on Curb Your Enthusiasm is just, like, an asshole. An asshole who does asshole things. I don't think that that's like, it's funny, but I don't know that a lot of people are just like, yes, Larry David, that's who I want to be. But yeah, Will Wheaton's final words, I think, are very important. What a messed up world we are in right now. Please choose to be kind. And I think I can leave it with that. Yeah, let's choose to be kind. All right, what is my next story? Yes. We got some more Star Trek stuff going on. Eddie Spencer says that's the problem. Mental health is already a taboo. And to mix toxic masculinity into it, it's a no-go. You're made fun of for your dad for being on meds for your conditions. Yeah, no, it's really mental health for dudes right now. It's never really been at a good place, and I appreciate people like Will Wheaton using his platform to speak out about that stuff. Okay. Now we've talked about a Star Trek guy that I like. Now let's talk about a Star Trek guy that I am very disappointed in. Let's begin, shall we? Andrew Probert. If you don't know who he is an artist who has worked on stuff that you've definitely seen. Because here is his Memory Alpha page. Memory Alpha is the Star Trek wiki. And he designed the Enterprise refit for Star Trek the Motion Picture. As well, he was the main designer on... Come on, show it. Why isn't it showing it? He designed the Enterprise D, which is the ship in the main ship in Star Trek The Next Generation. So this guy has designed some iconic spaceships. Eddie Spencer says, which version of George Lucas? No. George Lucas is like a director and screenwriter and stuff like that. Andrew Probert is just an artist. He's not like directing or writing anything like that. No. I can understand talking about the look, but like, you know, if you're an old guy with a beard and glasses, I guess I can see where you're talking about the Wish.com version of George Lucas, but that's where I would leave it. Dude has a good artistic eye. He's designed some really cool starships. And it'd be great if we could leave it at that. But unfortunately, the internet reveals to all, when people suck. And he recently joined Twitter. And as you'll see in a minute, he's not there anymore. But I saw this thread the other week. It's such a disappointment learning that Andrew Probert, who designed the Enterprise D and worked on the refit Enterprise, is a LGBT-phobic, racist, conspiracy theorist bigot. This makes me so sad. So here we have Trek Culture, the account, saying, leave your bigotry in your quarters. And it's the a bunch of Lower Decks style characters with the Progress Pride flag. And Andrew Probert responds, don't confuse bigotry with resistance to being smothered by alternative lifestyles. Yeah, that's, I already don't like you. And there's more. Did you know Barack and Michael, SG and, yeah, it's a QAnon account. So they're spreading the whole, Michelle Obama is a trans woman thing. Barack and Michelle Obama's Chicago mansion is on the same property as the synagogue, known for the largest Jewish congregation in the city. And he goes, Muslims and Jews sharing property? So there's just a whole bunch here. There's, the leaning on anti-Semitism, like, did you know the Obamas live with Jews? And then also they're Muslims because they're black. It's all of that. So let's see what's next. How is it possible that there's not one picture of Michelle pregnant? Men don't get pregnant. So again, it's the same transphobia, racism stuff. look, there's criticisms that you can have of the Obamas, without, going into bigotry. And then, do you believe climate change is a hoax? Yup. And he goes, yup, with a middle finger emoji. So Andrew Probert kind of sucks. And I saw these tweets and I was like, well, I gotta find out. Is there more? And no, he deleted his account, probably because once he went on Twitter, everyone saw what a piece of shit he was. So, but it turns out he's been like this for a while. And his Instagram is still active. So here's a post that he made January 20th, 2021. So right after January 6th. It's Trump, and he says, we will be back in some form. And then here is Probert doing a whole big rant. What makes Trump such a great president is that he loves America. During his first 4 years, he fought every opposition on earth to bring America's respect level back up to what it always should be, even beyond the Kennedy years, and certainly way above our national embarrassment of Obama's service to his Muslim background and bowing and scraping to all Middle East countries. Yeah, so just... this guy is like full QAnon, I think. Yeah, Trump has led an insane fight against child trafficking, sex trafficking, and organ harvesting. Yep, there it is. He's just, QAnoner. He has freed America from the global financial system and put America and the world back on the gold standard. No, he hasn't. Objectively, he has not put America back on the gold standard. The Federal Reserve still has the dollar as a fiat currency. You're just wrong here. He created the Space Force, which will ensure, through an amazing satellite system, secure voting and secure banking. What? What? This is completely new to me. First off, creating the Space Force didn't create the satellite system, okay? I used to work for a guy who had been a satellite tech in the Army. If he had still been in the Army when they changed over, then he would have been moved over to the Space Force. But, no, the military already was in space, already had military satellites in space and stuff like that, and probably, classified military space shuttles or something like that. I don't know, because it's classified. But what does that have to do with secure voting and secure bank? Does he think that the Space Force is going to create their own encryption standard that uses military satellites to ensure the validity of paper ballots? What is he even talking about here? His brain is soup. And secure banking, whatever. It's... So yeah, I can't wait for his reemergence. Hopefully this month or next. Does he have more in here? No. Oh. Okay, so somebody is... I'm not even going to read this, but we are days away from going back to the gold standard. This was posted May 5th, 2022. Let me check. It is currently February 12th, 2024. Are we on the gold standard? I am Googling, and Google says in 1971, the gold standard was officially abandoned by the US, marking the end of its run as the global de facto monetary system. So, no, we aren't actually back on the gold standard. This guy's just, he's a conspiracy nut. Now, and it's not just limited to this. If you take a look at his page now, look at this. This is a nice picture of the sky with a bunch of contrails, right? Playing contrails. He goes, what the other fuck? I haven't seen this much activity in several months. Something's going on. I hope this is a good thing. Probably not. Now, if you are not in the know on this one, this is a conspiracy theory that actually feels like a throwback. Oh man, You dusted that one off for me. I haven't seen that in years. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, here we go. Nothing special except seeing a normal sky. Clear, blue, no chemtrails. So chemtrails, God, this takes me back to my early days on the internet. Chemtrails is a conspiracy theory saying that contrails, which are formed by water condensation caused by planes moving through the air and disturbing, the humidity in the air, and I don't know the exact science behind, but it's water condensation on the wings that's trailing off. But they believe that it's actually a bunch of secret chemicals that all of these planes are spraying to make us more subservient, or to turn the frogs gay, or, whatever they need it to be for their conspiracy theory. Despite the fact that, you would need a place to house the chemicals that they've never managed to show any kind of information on. The wings do store fuel. I don't know that you would want to sacrifice the fuel storage of the wing to add in, the gay frog chemicals. But I mean, that's because I don't have that kind of key intellect that Andy Probert has. Anyway, that's really disappointing that somebody who has such a creative visual mind, look at these starship designs. Dude is very clearly artistically talented. Okay, he is designing a Romulan bird, warbird, not a bird of prey. Yeah, this is a Romulan warbird. Here is some other Star Trek ship concepts. Dude is a talented artist. He's just also, unfortunately, a conspiracy theorist and bigot. And I don't like seeing that in my Star Trek. And let me go back here. I'm pretty sure if I search on Memory Alpha for Probert, there is somebody named Commodore Probert in Star Trek The Motion Picture. Okay, so back then, maybe they didn't know, but there's another thing. Probert. Sol Station, redirected from Probert Station. Sol Station, also known as Probert Station, but most commonly referred to as Space Dock, was a Federation space station located in Earth orbit and operated by Starfleet in the early 25th century. This was named Probert Station in Picard Season 3, which aired last year. He was already known at that point to be a QAnoner, and they named something in Star Trek after him. And I get that he did really good work for the show. His artistic vision in designing the Enterprise D, it really set the tone of a lot of TNG. But he's a bigot who hates queer people and thinks Michelle Obama is a secret Muslim man, and thinks that the chemicals are turning the frogs gay and stuff like that. Star Trek is about inclusion and acceptance. And you could argue, well, then shouldn't we include and accept this man? And I would just point to the paradox of tolerance. That if you just let in people like this and honor people like this, that everybody that they're excluding gets pushed out to the margins. Obviously, it being called Probert Station, it was just a little decal on a screen somewhere, and it's easy enough to just ignore it, act like it didn't happen. They don't have to reference it in dialogue ever again. But like, just because he made the Enterprise D's original designs doesn't mean we get to keep honoring him. He's got his credits on Star Trek. We don't need to continue honoring somebody like this. Yeah. That's all I got to say about that one. All right. Side Ethel says, I talked to Obama about being a lawyer once. Cool. I'm trying to think the biggest politician I've ever talked to. Directly, probably just like a mayor or something. Okay. Here we go. David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Bros. Discovery, or whatever it's being called this week, depending on what acquisitions they have recently made. You probably know that name most closely associated with the practice of the destruction of art. For, good and sound reason, because as soon as he became CEO of Warner Bros. Discovery, he decided to just start destroying art. He took Batgirl, a finished film, and canceled it, and had all copies of it destroyed so that he could write it off for taxes. But they really had to get the Flash out. He has decimated the catalog on Max. First off, he renamed HBO Max to Max. So, like, he destroyed, like, the branding of that. Like, HBO is a name that we have long associated with quality, and he just threw that away for Max. That's what we gotta have. But he's, like, decimated the animation that's on Max. I think Looney Tunes is now all off Max, which is insane because, like, it's Warner Brothers. Like, how many movies have you seen that had Bugs Bunny leaning up against the Warner Brothers shield as like the intro of the movie? Like, that was like a big thing, like in the 90s. Bugs Bunny is Warner Brothers Mickey Mouse. What are you doing, man? And particularly as we're talking about the Looney Tunes, there was a movie in the works for Max called Coyote versus Acme, which was going to be another one of those Looney Tunes movies that mixed live action and animation. And while I hesitate to want to see more of that stuff, I would honestly just prefer a straight animated Looney Tunes film. I think that would be great. By all accounts, it was actually a pretty good movie. Basically, everybody involved with it had nothing but positive things to say about it. Apparently, James Gunn, like, co-wrote the script. And, like, I love me some James Gunn. I don't think I've seen anything from James Gunn that I haven't at least really liked. If not, outright loved. So, when news came out that it was being shelved, well, obviously everyone got mad about it, and, like, there was production details that, like, some people who worked on the show were, like, posting online to make sure that it didn't get memory hold. And because of that, Warner Bros. Was, like, forced to be like, okay, you know what? We're not shelving it. We're gonna shop it around. We'll see if somebody else wants to pick it up. So that's the backstory. That's where we had left off until a few days ago. The final days of Coyote versus Acme offers rejections and a Roadrunner race against time. Warner was seeking Warner was seeking $75 to $80 million, but rejected offers from Netflix, Amazon, and Paramount, insiders tell The Wrap. Quinn says we need Angry Fesh for this. Yeah, we do need Angry Fesh for this. In early January, Coyote vs. Acme producer Chris DeFaria got a startling phone call from a Warner Bros. Executive. They just want to get this behind them, the executive told DeFaria. They want to close the books. In the words of the Roadrunner, meep. Shut the fuck up, Drew Taylor. Nobody's asking you to... Come on. Just... Your editor should have deleted this line. The movie, a live-action animated hybrid that stars Will Forte and the Looney Tunes gang, had been earmarked for demolition on November 9th, but following the announcement that the movie would be canceled, a firestorm of outrage and indignation erupted. It was heightened by a friends and family screening that had already been planned before the cancellation announcement was made. The screening brought more goodwill and an even louder public outcry. What was so exciting was that it felt like the film captured the voice of the Looney Tunes that we love in a way none of the other feature versions have ever done, Paul Scheer, who was at that screening, told The Wrap. The last movie to feature the characters, 2021 Space Jam: A New Legacy, was pilloried by critics and lost money, and even had Rick and Morty in that movie, and then the latest season of Rick and Morty had a cutaway gag where Rick had murdered the versions of Rick and Morty that appeared in Space Jam, and Morty's like, how'd you do it? He's like, it was easy, they welcomed it, they couldn't stand to live with themselves. So Space Jam: A New Legacy was a horrible movie. Not like Space Jam itself was good. Like, people who have fond memories of Space Jam were just kids in the 90s, and just, you know, like, appreciated some of the camp of it. The first one was definitely better than A New Legacy. A New Legacy was just, it had the Ready Player One problem, where it's just like, we have all these IPs, let's shove as many of these IPs as possible. And yeah, it was a very, very cynical film that if you're going to destroy something like Space Jam: A New Legacy. Warner Bros., reacting to the hubbub, walked back its initial decision. Instead of canceling the movie outright, the studio would give the filmmakers the chance to shop it around. If another studio wanted to pick it up, they could. Now, months later, Warner Bros. Has had enough. The call to DeFaria made that crystal clear. With Warner Bros. Discovery's fourth quarter earnings call scheduled for February 23rd, Coyote vs. Acme is running out of time. Many on the film's team feel that the studio will use the ending of the quarter to get the movie off the books for good. Coyote vs. Acme is running up against something worse than a tunnel painted at the side of a mountain or a falling... Stop! Drew Taylor, stop doing this. Stop. It's not funny. Just tell the story. I don't need you to... This is my job, okay? I'm the one who's reading your story and interjecting with my thoughts. I don't need you to editorialize here. And it's not good. Come on. It will finally be silenced by a movie studio's balance sheet. In a truly inglorious end, a source close to the movie doesn't believe Warner Bros. Would even announce that they hadn't found a home for the movie. They would unceremoniously delete it, never to be seen again. Offers and rejections. Following the death and potential resurrection of Coyote vs. Acme, there were screenings for interested parties. According to several people familiar with the situation, Netflix, Amazon, and Paramount screened the movie, which was received well, and submitted handsome offers. Paramount even proposed a theatrical release component to their acquisition of Coyote vs. Acme that would allow for Warner Brothers to save face and, more importantly, let audiences see the movie the way it was meant to be experienced. Warner Brothers did not respond to requests for comment from The Wrap. But Warner Brothers, which stood to make $35 to $40 million on the tax write-down, wanted something in the ballpark of $75 to $80 million from a buyer. And what's more, they wouldn't allow the interested studios to counter Warner Brothers' offer. It was a take-it-or-leave-it situation, one that the other studios didn't even know they were entering into, insiders told The Wrap. David Zaslav is a cancer... but he's like a cancer that has been genetically engineered by capitalism to be the perfect example of capitalism. David Zaslav is in charge of an entertainment empire, but he doesn't care about entertainment. The only thing he cares about is the bottom line, which makes sense under capitalism. And in fact, it's kind of like legally mandated that the CEO of a company has to do everything in their power to create the most revenue for shareholders. That is their primary fiduciary duty. But by doing this, by coming up with the idea that we can make more money by destroying things, like, it's so cynical, it's so evil. You are an entertainment company that destroys entertainment. You're just a parasite. This, like, and hopefully it's so malignant that, like, we'll see some change, because I don't think, if you're going to take a movie that's completed and just shelve it for the tax write-off, I don't think that should be allowed. I think that should be illegal. I think there should be criminal penalties for it, or I don't know if criminal penalties, but at least no criminal penalties. You know why? Because if it's just civil penalties, if it's just a financial burden, it would need to be more of a fine than they would make in profit by doing it. And generally speaking, financial penalties for things of this sort don't actually end up matching how much money they make from it, so it just becomes the cost of doing business. So whatever laws that they need to enact to put a stop to this practice needs to be the kind that stop the practice and not just make the practice make them a little less money. But this shows clear bad faith on Zaslav's behalf. He was doing it just to save face, and then it's like, oh yeah, we shopped it around, but nobody bought it. Nobody bought it because you wouldn't accept counteroffers, and you were expecting to. Yeah, this is nuts. Information about the potential sale of the project got to Eric Bauza, an actor who provided the voice for several characters in the film. In late December, he felt so optimistic that he shared a photo from the movie of Forte and the Coyote, say below, on social media, and then said, "See ya in 2024. Behind the scenes, though, the noose around the movie's neck was tightening. Executives skipped the screening. Well, of course they did. Yeah, like, I'm skipping ahead here. Zaslav never saw the movie at all. That does not surprise me. What made the situation even more appalling is that, according to a source close to the project, the four Warner Bros. Executives responsible for making this decision, CEOs and co-chairpersons of Warner Bros. Motion Picture Group, Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi, along with Warner Bros. Picture Animation President Bill Damashki and embattled CEO and President of Warner Bros. Discovery, David Zaslav, haven't even seen the finished version of the movie. Zaslav never saw the movie at all. DeLuca and Abdi saw a director's cut, and Damashki saw the first audience preview. Significantly, Coyote vs. Acme was developed and greenlit by a previous regime. The only executive that worked on the movie that is still at the company is Jesse Ehrman. These executives, who trumpet a filmmaker-first approach and have recently signed big deals with directors like Ryan Coogler and Paul Thomas Anderson, who conspicuously made their deals after the filmmaker-led backlash to Warner Bros. Had subsided, were apparently prepared to trash a movie that they'd never even watched. Ryan Coogler, you do good stuff. You've probably, you've signed a big deal, so you're under contract now. Be very careful. I would say no director should be signing deals like this with Warner Brothers right now, because they're just going to destroy your work for a tax write-off. Like, if your only purpose in going into Hollywood is to make money and you don't care about making the art, then honestly, fuck off and find another business, because this is the entertainment industry. You make entertainment. You make money from the entertainment. You don't destroy entertainment to make money. That is antithetical to everything that the entertainment industry should be about. Even so, the reason for Coyote vs. Acme's cancellation remains damnably unknowable, even to those who made the movie. Publicly, Warner Bros. Blamed the decision on a shifting global strategy to focus on theatrical releases, and initially indicated it would take a tax write-off on the film, which is based on a New Yorker article by Ian Fraser from 1990. The problem, it seemed, was the movie was not strong enough for a theatrical release and didn't fit anyone's streaming strategy in the WBD universe. What does that mean, streaming strategy? You just release shit. You just put it up there. This isn't a movie theater. This isn't going to be like, oh, this is 3 hours and this screen, we want to make sure that we can get at least one more screening per day. Can you cut off 30 minutes of it so that we can get more screenings of this movie every day in this movie theater? It's streaming. You just click play and then it goes. What are you talking about, streaming strategy? It's, you bought the movie, you made the movie, you have the movie. Put it on the fucking surface. But there was a precedent. Yep. When Warner Bros. Announced that Batgirl, a $90 million superhero movie, we know all this. I went over this already. According to a source close to Coyote vs. Acme, getting rid of a wholly finished movie became an acceptable means of dealing with a problem. And yes, that is right there. That is the danger that David Zaslav has introduced to Hollywood. And why it needs to be made illegal. When they weren't sure what to do with Coyote vs. Acme, which originally had a release date later claimed by Barbie, the option to simply disappear it was taken, at least for a few days. What makes the situation with Coyote vs. Acme more baffling is that, unlike Batgirl, the film consistently received great scores from test audiences. Several Warner Bros. Executives have gone out of their way to claim that Batgirl was unreleasable. That simply wasn't the case with Coyote vs. Acme. And I could believe that Batgirl was bad. DC's track record has not been great. I still think that they should have released it. If they were going to cancel one, it should have been The Flash, because fuck Ezra Miller. But yeah. But Warner Bros.' proclamation that the filmmakers could take it elsewhere was dubious at best. Back when the announcement was made that the movie wasn't totally dead, a source close to the production remembered thinking maybe they'll try to run out the clock. Throughout the process, Warner Bros. Refused to share specific details with the filmmakers about the proposed deals, and Warner Bros.' rejection of those deals. Everything was captured through a hazy fog of secondhand phone calls and conversations. There were champions of the project for sure, but they couldn't force Warner Bros. To properly communicate with the filmmakers. Intent to not only offload Coyote vs. Acme, but to make a profit while doing so, the studio insisted on a price tag that would cover negative cost plus what the movie cost the studio and additional fees that Warner Brothers had incurred. They made a short-sighted choice based on dismal third-quarter projects, said a source close to the movie, and reversing the decision to cancel Coyote vs. Acme was simply not possible. Now, 90 days later, with the Save Coyote vs. Acme hashtag still present on social media, is it? Like, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to hashtags anymore. That feels like a very boomer thing to do. Like, nobody really uses hashtags anymore. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe on a different social media source. I'm primarily on Twitter, but I don't know. It feels like hashtags are kind of a bygone thing. It feels like the end of the line for Coyote and all of his Looney Tunes friends. And barring a similar outpouring of support, or without a big offer in the next few days, that'll be all, folks. God damn it, Drew Taylor, stop. Your cutesy little things. No. Stop writing that way. Yeah. I really want to see this film. People who have worked on it have just, they've had nothing but positive things to say about the film. It sounded like it was going to actually capture the feel of Looney Tunes better than any of the other, live action animated hybrid stuff had. And like, personally, Coyote and Roadrunner was always my favorite of the Looney Tunes. Anytime I was watching it and those came up, I was just like, yes, we got another one of these. So I don't know. Something needs to happen. Like, Congress needs to act, or I don't know, maybe California can step in, because California's legislature is probably less gridlocked than Washington is. So whatever needs to happen to make sure that businesses can't do this anymore, it should happen. What form that takes, I don't know. That's a conversation that we can have later, but something needs to be done, because this avenue of revenue is evil. It's destructive. It runs counter to how we should behave as a society. It's a movie that's been made. It exists. It's there. And they're just going to destroy it for a tax write-off. That's just evil. So, somebody at Warner Brothers, I hope you leak it. If it can't get bought, I hope somebody leaks it, and I hope that the bootleg keeps going around forever. And I hope David Zaslav rots in a jail cell for something. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about that one. David Zaslav, stop. Go away. Leave our media alone. All right. That was a good couple of segments, and I've got some movies to review, but before that, I need some water. If you've been enjoying things and you haven't yet liked the stream, please make sure to do that. It helps a lot. It brings new people in when I get a fresh batch of likes. And if you want to support the channel, you can join as a channel member. There's a link right below the stream that lets you, if you just click the little join button, with the channel membership, you get access to my videos early, basically as soon as I have edited and uploaded them. I think for the higher tier, you can just watch those as soon as I've got them uploaded before they're scheduled out. And for any amount, you get access to these cute emotes right here. In addition, I do have super chats enabled, but if you want to just give me money, the best way to do that, there's a link in the description to my Stream Elements page. And that goes straight to PayPal. I keep all of that minus PayPal's transaction fee, which is a lot less than what YouTube's cut is. And I've also got a Patreon if you want to do that. But I'm doing this as a job, so your support is greatly appreciated. Now, if you're going to be around for a while, I've got some movie reviews to do first, and then I'm going to play some video games. And when I play video games, I'm going to turn on text-to-speech. So if you want to hold on for that, I understand, because you can make them say funny things. Also, hey, Dormio, how's it going? Okay. With that out of the way, enough shilling, let's get into the movie reviews. The Promised Land is a Danish film starring Mads Mikkelsen that, as it turns out, is a Western. Now, granted, filming Westerns in Europe is not unheard of, but typically they've been filmed in Spain or Italy, places that actually have desert wildernesses, and they've always stood in for the Americas. But Denmark isn't exactly known for its warm climates. Its wilderness is the Danish heath. And actually, I didn't realize going into this that it was gonna be a Western, but I quickly figured out just based on the the narrative. But it is, like I said, it's a Danish film. It's foreign language film, so it's Danish and German spoken in the film, and it is a story about an army captain who is taking his pension, and he wants to tame the Danish heath because the king of Denmark, he really wants the heath developed, but nobody can get anything grown there. Mads Mikkelsen's character, he's like, yeah, I'll do it. He's gonna grow potatoes out there, and that sounds like a kind of a boring premise for it, except that we run into all sorts of corruption going on. There's the local regional aristocrat who's like the county judge and all this stuff, who's very rich and does not want anybody else developing the heath. He views the heath as his property, even though it belongs to the king. So it's just dealing with petty lords and their vindictive attitudes and corruption. The film has a heavy commentary on class stratification because actually the title, The Promised Land, that's the English title, but the original language title is actually The Bastard, because Mads Mikkelsen's character, he is the bastard son of a nobleman. And he's doing this because if he manages to tame the heath and turn it into farmland, he will be given a noble title and he will basically get what he feels like he was denied. And that is a motivation that informs a lot of his decisions, even as his life develops in a way that he didn't expect. And as he starts developing relationships with other people who are working on his farm. And, so the film is also about the best laid plans of mice and men, and about found family, and about, pride leading to downfalls. It's about the cycle of revenge. It's a really solid film that I would highly recommend watching, especially it's Mads Mikkelsen. That dude can do no wrong. Okay. He was Hannibal Lecter, a guy who eats people, and I was rooting for him. It was really refreshing to see all of the film language around, Westerns, and just the themes of a good, spaghetti Western told through the lens of Danish cinema. I think it's a very novel concept, and I would just give it a watch for that. I would just give it a watch for Mads Mikkelsen. He's a good dude. I like him. I liked this movie. I would highly recommend it. Scrambled is a raunchy comedy written, directed by, and starring Leah McKendrick that is a fictionalized narrative of her experience freezing her eggs. I got a lot of tonal whiplash from this movie because I went into it not knowing anything about it. I didn't watch any trailers for it. And so as it starts, I assume, oh, okay, it's a movie about a woman who's still trying to live like she's in her early 20s and it's time for her to grow up or whatnot. So she's kind of going through the movie being a pretty girl, but also dealing with very mature adult anxieties and fears. And I think those parts of the film were deliberately meant to be at odds with each other, probably to show the growth that her character is going through, but also the resistance to it. But because it's portrayed just as a raunchy comedy film, the maturity that shows up in the film feels completely out of place. And like I said, it's a fictionalized narrative of the actor, director, and writer's own experiences freezing her eggs. So it's very obviously coming from the heart. I wonder how much of this might just be something that I don't have a direct connection to be able to fully empathize with, because for one, full disclosure, I'm a cis man. I don't have ovaries, so I don't have to worry about freezing my eggs. Also, I'm like 100% sure I never want children. So like, I mean, that's also not something I need to worry about. And it's also like the film kind of does deal with some of that stuff. Like, she's, even as she's freezing her eggs, she's not sure that she ever wants children, but she knows that the window for that option is closing, and so that's why she's doing this. And as the film goes on, we see her kind of like reconnect with and go through a whole bunch of like exes, because maybe she can find, you know, the one, but then it turns out to just be a bunch of disappointing guys. And then like she's got an ex that she had been with for a couple of years that her dad keeps being like, oh, you got to get back together with him, but then like he knocks up his girlfriend, so that's out of the that's no longer an option. And like I said, it feels like this is two movies bashed together in really like whiplashy ways. And I don't know what else Leah McKendrick has written or directed. I gather this is not her first rodeo. It's just it's her first time doing writing, directing, and starring in a single film. And like, you know, that's impressive. And like on like a technical level, it's competently made. I just didn't feel like it was a film for me. And I just have to be aware of that. Like, my perspective as a cis guy who knows I never want kids, like 100%, I can't fully empathize with her struggle in that way. But the film certainly tries. Anyway, I can't say that I would recommend it, but I would also say I'm probably not the best person to give a recommendation on this film. Okay, Matthew Vaughn's latest film, Argylle. I have thoughts on this movie, and some of those thoughts I am going to have to give behind a spoiler warning. So when you see this text on screen, that means I am discussing spoilers from the movie. You have been warned. But this movie is so bad that I can't talk about how bad it is without explaining the bad things in the film. Before all those spoilers are out, Argylle is a movie about a spy novelist who is suddenly caught up in a web of real-life espionage. And it's a Matthew Vaughn film. He's done the Kingsman movies, and if you've seen the Kingsman movies, you know he's got this, like, you know, over-the-top style with his action scenes, and that's on full display in this film. I felt that actually kind of was totally mismatched with some of the other film language done in the movie. I thought there was a lot of moments where everything else seemed a little too grounded. So when we got to the action sequences, it felt like, okay, well, now I'm just completely taken out of it because this doesn't feel real at all. So, you know, there's tonal stuff there. Bryce Dallas Howard is the main character, and you know, I have complicated feelings about Bryce Dallas Howard. I have seen her in things that I've liked, but like every time I see her in something, I do have to be cognizant of the fact that she has a career because she's Ron Howard's daughter. And I did a video a while ago about nepotism in Hollywood and you know, quote unquote nepo babies. and how like getting in Hollywood through nepotism doesn't mean you don't have talent, but it does mean that you had a thumb on the scale to get your foot in the door. And because Hollywood is such a competitive industry to get into, and because it's so visible, like everyone wants to get into it, that I don't think it's fair that somebody gets to cut to the head of the line just because their parent was in the industry. And like, you know, we could talk about like how nepotism is something that happens in a lot of industries, and I think nepotism's kind of just generally overall a bad thing. But like when your dad hires you onto his construction company, I don't think that's quite the same thing as your dad casting you in his movie. Just because there's a lot more competition for that acting role than there is for that construction job, you know? I think Hollywood is kind of uniquely situated in that it is so visible, it's so glamorous, it's something that so many people want to be involved in. People move to LA just to make it big in Hollywood. I have problems with how many things that I see from Nepo babies. I don't think Bryce Dallas Howard is a bad actress. I don't think she's the strongest actress I've ever seen. I think she's fine, and she's fine in this one. Sam Rockwell's in this one, and I love Sam Rockwell. Like, you know, put him in anything. I love that dude. But then, like, there's other people in here who are just here to be, like, here. Like, oh, it's that person that I recognize. Like, Bryan Cranston plays one of the villains in the film, but, like, he's not bringing anything particularly notable to it. He's just Bryan Cranston playing a generic movie villain. Sam Jackson's in this film playing himself for the most part. Like, he's a character, but he's just Sam Jackson going, yeah, sure, I'll play myself for you know, 2 days of shooting. Why not? And the writing for this movie, it's such a convoluted mess, and it's honestly insulting. And I can't really get into that without getting into the spoilers. So here is my warning. While this is on screen, while I am talking with the spoilers on, I'm going to be talking about this stuff. So if you're watching this live, and you don't want to be spoiled on the movie, just mute the stream until the text goes off. Okay? So here we go. Spoilers. You've been warned. I'm going to count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the premise of this film is that the character that Bryce Dallas Howard's playing is her name is Ellie Conway, but it turns out she's not actually Ellie Conway. She is a secret agent named Rachel Kyle. Or when you abbreviate that, it's R. Kyle or Argylle. She has amnesia, and she basically became a spy novelist because she was brainwashed by this evil spy agency to try and get intel out of her, and so they convinced her of this whole life of hers, and so she's just been accessing her memories as her amnesia is slowly going away, and turning those memories into the novels. So basically, once her memories catch up to where she is, all of the spy agencies are like coming after her, and there's reveal after reveal after reveal, and she's got like this mental image of Argylle, who the fictional character Argylle is played by Henry Cavill in this movie, and she keeps hallucinating him because it's actually, you know, her from before the accidents, before she had amnesia. And a lot of the twists that they throw in here, like, makes sense to a point, but there's stuff like we find out at the end that like there's like this music box that they can play to basically activate her as like just like a killer agent, and she has no control over it, and she could, you know, at any point like they could have used that at any points to force her to do what they wanted, but they didn't pull it out until the very end. And I'm just like, why didn't you use this 20 minutes ago? Dormio says, is she trans? Okay, she's not, but let's talk about the cowardice of that, because in like as she's writing her books, we go into the fictional world, right, where we see, you know, Henry Cavill play the fictionalized version of Argylle, and then his partner in the spy agency is John Cena, who is the fictionalized version of Sam Rockwell's character. But in real life, Sam Rockwell's character and Bryce Dallas Howard's character were a romantic item. And the filmmakers, the cowards that they are, did not give us a gay John Cena, Henry Cavill romance. And they totally could have, and you know John Cena and Henry Cavill would be down for it. They're cool dudes. They would totally be down for being big muscly dudes making out. And Matthew Vaughn, you're a coward. You should have done it. Anyway, with all of that being established, that she's been writing a successful novel series about her life that she didn't realize was her life, you would think at the end, once they reveal, oh, here's all this, here's what they were planning to do with it, and here's what they were planning to do with it, and here's the double cross and all this stuff. After all of that, after the end of the movie, right at the end, she's at like a book launch event for the next one of her Argylle books, and who shows up in the audience but Henry Cavill as the real Agent Argylle? And at that point, I'm just like, what the fuck is this? It's the character's name is Argylle because it's like R. Kyle, right? That's her initial and last name. So why is there also an actual Argylle who happens to be Henry Cavill, but like he has a completely different story because she was writing about herself? Like it makes no sense. And then after they do that, where they show Henry Cavill show up in a really bad wig and a really bad Southern accent, yes, you were correct, Dormio. It is called sequel bait because in the post-credits scene, or actually the mid-credits scene, they do a flashback where it turns out this whole film is in the fucking Kingsman universe, and we actually like see a flashback from 20 years ago of like a young Agent Argylle played by a different actor, because it's like, you know, somebody younger than Henry Cavill. And then they say, oh, he's like, yeah, Argylle, the book, the movie coming soon. So it's like they've already announced like they're going to be doing another movie that's going to be about the real Agent Argylle. And I'm just like, it makes no sense, and it undermines all like if they hadn't thrown that twist in, I still have issues with some of the other twists, like the, oh, well, if you had a music box that could force her to do what you wanted, why didn't you use that 20 minutes ago? That's a plot hole, right? That's something that you could be like, okay, maybe they forgot about it or they were stupid, but at least it's like, okay, whatever. It's bad, but it's not unforgivable. But throwing this twist in at the end makes no goddamn sense with the rest of the story. And they don't do anything to explain it. It's just, nope, sequel tease. We're going to do another one that's going to be a fucking Kingsman thing. Dormia says, how can there be two of the secret spy dudes? Well, like, the Henry Cavill that we saw was a fictional character originally, right? Like, it was just the fictionalized version of Bryce Dallas Howard's character that she had in her head. But then it turns out he's also real. It makes no sense. I hate it. I walked out of that movie angrier than I can ever remember walking out of a movie. Tommy says, is it a spy who's an amnesiac novelist or a novelist who gets tricked into thinking she's a spy? She's a spy who's an amnesiac novelist. Everything supports that, because she ends up accessing all her memories by the end and just becoming the agent again. But then they also throw in it makes no sense. Anyway, that's it for the spoilers. Okay, spoilers are done. But I should restate something that I said during spoilers in case you didn't hear that, is that I walked out of this film angrier than I have ever been walking out of a movie before. Maybe not ever. I think the last time I was this angry walking out of a movie was The Desolation of Smaug. I walked out of that movie going, fuck that shit. I am not watching the third Hobbit movie. And walking out of this one, I'm like, yeah, fuck that shit. I am not watching the Argylle sequel. I don't even know if it's going to get made because, it's a bad movie. It is a really bad movie, and it doesn't look like it's doing too good at the box office either. So hopefully they just don't get that sequel because it doesn't deserve one. Do not see this movie. I am deadly serious. Don't waste your time. You're just going to be infuriated. Tony says at least it wasn't J.K. Rowling writing it. There's that silver linings and everything, but like there's a lot of really awful things that aren't written by J.K. Rowling, and that doesn't make it any better. All right. Do the next one. Society of the Snow is an Oscar-nominated film. It has been nominated for Best International Feature. And going into it, I didn't realize that it was about... I knew it was about a plane crash, but I didn't realize it was about the same plane crash that the movie Alive is about. It was a 1971 or 72 plane crash with a rugby team. And they were lost in the Chilean Andes for like 3 months. And it's a story of how they survived. And it's, if you know anything about that story, you know that the way they survived was primarily quite a bit of cannibalism. But I haven't seen Alive. I knew like people were joking about it back when that one came out in the 90s. You youngins probably don't even remember this movie. But this film, like I said, it's a foreign language film, so it's in Spanish. The whole film's in Spanish. And because it's like it's a Christian rugby team. They were like at a Christian school or something like that. There is a lot of discussion about what faith means in a situation like this, where like some people feel like God has abandoned them, or some people are like, what does it even mean to believe in God here? There are people they're talking about like God to me is the other people here, the hope that I have with these other people that we can get better. And I was honestly like I was expecting the cannibalism to be more openly gruesome than it was. They were actually trying to be as respectful as possible with it, and not just in the filmmaking, but the characters themselves. Like they assign the task of preparing the meat to like one or two people so that they go off, do it somewhere where they can't see it, and make it so that it all gets mixed up so you don't know who you're eating. It's just meat. You have that degree of detachment from it so that you can do what you need to do to stay alive, to survive. And it's a very harrowing tale. It's a very sad movie. It's very amazing that like out of this big plane crash, like 17 people survived, and it's a real story. And surviving in the Andes in winter for 3 months. That's wild. Don't go into it expecting a good time. It's a very sad movie with a lot of death and a lot of just dealing with harsh realities. But it does, end with a bit of hope that, these people did get out. obviously, some fairly frank depictions of cannibalism in the film. If you're squeamish, I would give this one a pass. But I think it handled the situation very respectfully. I don't think this one's gonna win Best International Feature Film, but I've only seen 2 of the ones that are even nominated for that. I still haven't seen Io Capitano, Perfect Days, or The Teacher's Lounge. I have just seen this one and The Zone of Interest. And between those 2, I think The Zone of Interest is probably going to win. I will say that of the 2 foreign language films that I have seen, both have been stories about really hard subject matter. And like, I'm kind of starting to turn around on my whole rant about, Barbie getting quote unquote snubbed at the Oscars. Barbie has a lot of nominations at the Oscars. That it was just specifically Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig who got snubbed. But like, the Oscars really do love their misery, and it would be nice to see some stuff nominated that's a little happier. Because like I said, I'm committing to watching all of the nominated movies. I've still got, let's see, about 8 to get through. And, in the next month. And I really hope there's some happier fare, because I don't know, it's winter. I have seasonal affective disorder. Like, I want to be cheered up, and here we are, a movie about people who are stranded in winter having to eat each other. Like I said, it's a good movie. I want to be cheered up a little bit, So Deathful says Totoro palate cleanser. Look, if Totoro came out this year, that would be great. There is a movie that looks cute that I really want to see, but that has been nominated for Best Animated Feature, but I don't know if it's going to come out in the States until after the Oscars. It's Robot Dreams. It's about a dog who gets a robot best friend, and all of the footage that I've seen from it looks absolutely adorable. I'd love to watch it, and I hope it comes out before the Oscars, because I would like to review something nice for the Oscars, Like, the Oscars kind of does have a reputation for their misery porn, and this definitely fits that bill. And I would just, you can put on a happy face at the Oscars without being the Joker. Anyway, this ended up being less about the movie and more about just my gripes about the misery, but it is a solid film. It's just a very somber film, and I wouldn't go into it expecting a good time. But if you're looking for a movie that's like inspirational and you've got a strong stomach, then yeah, go for it. Domian says, I'm never a fan of movies that insist on depression porn to milk fills in an easy way. Yeah, I get you there. It's easier to make someone cry from tragedy than from happiness. Okay, well, all right, let's talk, because like, I tend to cry more from happiness in movies than from tragedy, actually. Honestly, you just put WALL-E on and I'm just going to be a big blubbering mess. I love that movie, especially the end. Actually, although I would say the part that gets me choked up the most in WALL-E is the moment where it looks like WALL-E has lost his memory. And I was like a blubbering mess at that point, thinking, oh no, he's gone. But then he comes back. Yeah, you can probably hear my voice. I'm getting a little choked up just thinking about it. But that is a very happy movie, and it's a very hopeful movie. And like the tears that you get from that movie are hopeful. It's not all misery. Tori says the movie about the post-apocalyptic collapse of society. No, it's a movie about humanity going to fix the post-apocalyptic collapse of society. It's a movie about hope. It ends with them returning to Earth and fixing the things that they had abandoned. And it's got cute robots who love each other. Like, I mean, WALL-E's such a fantastic movie. I wish Pixar could get back to making stuff like that. Anyway, I want to play some video games. But before I do that, I need to run to use the restroom. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. When I come back with my video games, I'm going to turn on text-to-speech. So if you've been saving your donations, here they come. But first, I gotta pee. All right, I am back. We have Mario Odyssey up and ready to go. I need to click save on my Stream Elements changes. I think my text-to-speech should be ready to go, but I want to... Here, let me get some text on screen so that y'all know the rules. Okay. Now, I am going to do a test one. I'm actually going to do two test ones because I should also have it set up for super chats, but it's going to be $5 or more. Let me do a test tip. And let's see how this one goes.
Gayfesh tipped $5. John Madden.
Okay, that one worked out well. Now let's see what the super chat does.
Gayfesh super chatted $5. John Madden. John Madden.
Perfect. Okay, we've got everything ready to go. Let's play some frickin' Super Mario Odyssey. Okay. Oh no, you know what? I do actually have... I am terribly sorry that that one didn't play through. I did set up a spam protection, but I can actually turn that one off. But since that didn't play it, I'm actually going to go ahead and play it for you. So let's try that one again. First things first. Yeah, I'm actually going to have to set up a couple other things. I'm not typing out all the B's, but I'm just submitting here. Let's see if this one works. Oh, wow, that actually still mutes it. Okay, let me set up my settings. Because I think that's a little too restrictive. If I can turn it on if it gets too annoying, but, you know, if you want to have fun with it, let's see. Tipping settings. Moderation. TTS anti-spam. Okay. I have removed the TTS anti-spam. Let me try this one more time. Are you going to play for me? Boy, that just does not want to play the repeated ones. I am terribly sorry. Oh, reload overlays with new settings. Let's try this one. I'm not even here. Let's try it that way. Test one here. Does it go through? Come on. I believe in you. Is it just not even playing? Oh, geez. That didn't even go through at the other end. Hang on. Sorry about all this. I know this is not the most exciting thing. Just troubleshooting the TTS. I'm just going to do a normal custom. I just want to make sure that a regular non-spam one is going to go through, so...
Pietra tipped $5. Do not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead fear a man that spams a meme 1,000 times.
Okay, so that one is working, but I think the bees is not going through. So there is a spam thing that I turned it off, but it looks like it is still doing some filtering there. So if you're just going to have it get repeated words over and over again, I don't know that that one's going to work. Sorry about that. But thank you so much for the $5, bees, with bees. And let's play some Mario.
Anonymous tipped $5. Disappointment.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for the $5. Oh, I guess I already got that one. I don't even know which moons I got here, but... Oh, I see one I did not get. Yeah, first one, it's already broken. I'm actually going to do one more test, but I'm going to do that test after I have gotten out of the water, because I just realized if I just stepped away right now, I would drown. And I came down here for a seed. You've cleaned your glasses. You are back. Welcome back. With your glasses, you can now better see the TTS sounds. Oh, there is hint art that I need to look at. I need to plant this seed. I think when I went here the first time, I didn't even come into this. I think I just skipped over to the boss fight and then just skedaddled. Which means there's a bunch of coins to grab. No, I haven't got that one yet. I think I did unlock Dark Side before I ended stream last time. So maybe I'll do Dark Side just because that can unlock all of the hint art. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do that. I'll come back here after, but I'm going to do Dark Side. All right. Boss time. Ow. Oh, good. Okay, there we go. Now, because if I die, I have to redo all of these fights. If I am down hearts, I am gonna backtrack to top off my bonus heart. Just because I'm not an expert at these fights yet. Hopefully I don't have to do too much more backtracking. This one is quick, because it was the first one, so... Oops. There we go. But future ones, there's often more backtracking because there's like each individual brutal, so that's 4 fights, and then you get to the top. Although the top fight with the Mecha Brutal, that one's actually super easy to do. Launch. There we go. So far, so good. Haven't taken a hit. Been good at the... Nice. Been getting the fast strats on every one. Easy peasy. I can get more easy fights like that one. I think next up is Spewert, which my jumps are too high to really reliably do the fast strats on that one, so I just have to... Yeah, because like he's gonna do the thing where he's gonna jump up and wants me to land on him. Oh, I got it! Nice! I don't think I was gonna be able to get that one. Oh, man. I'm timing that well. Damn. I was just, like, eyeballing it. I'm just like, okay, if I have the moon gravity, how much further back do I gotta be, and how do I ground pound? And I got it. All right. And I don't have to backtrack after this guy because there is a moon in between all the stuff, and also the last fight is super easy. Even if I don't have the bonus hearts for that, I'll be fine. Ow. Come at me, bro. Okay, and last hit. Kaboom. All right. Hello, Captain Toad. And there we go. Now I think this is going to be the charge, so I can't... Yeah. Can't bash him out of that one. But at least I can get him to get out of it quickly. Okay, now... There we go. Oh my god, I was throwing right over her. Alright. He's bending over to take it. I exploded him. Hey, Dragon Knight, Dragonborn, how's it going? I like how I'm dressed for a tropical vacation on the moon. Just in lurk mode, playing Hyrule Warrior, Age of Calamity, whipping ass. Nice! Lurk away. I got the King's Crown and King's Outfit. Okay. I don't want to be in the King's Outfit because I don't believe in royalty. Let's change you out. What do I want to go as? Why don't I go with the classic Admiral's outfit for now? Yeah. You'll chat when there is soup. I could go to soup next. I need to find all of the hint arts. There's 10, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's everything down here. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 'Did I miss one? Because there's 10 hint arts and I was counting and I only counted 9. Where's the last one? I got you. And I got you. Pretty sure I got you. Did I get you? I just want to make sure I'm grabbing all of the proper hint. Oh, I don't think... No, I think I got you. I'm gonna look at it anyway. I just need to... Because I only counted 9, so I need to find a hint art that when I look at it, it says saving after, which means that I hadn't looked at it yet. Is it you? Are you the one? That was it. Okay, cool. I have tracked them all down now. Hey, there's soup. Ow. That didn't work out. Yoshi, you're not supposed to be turned into the soup. You're supposed to jump over the soup. That's what I need to do. Oop. Well, you did physical therapy today, right? I can understand you being tired. Okay, we have all of the Yoshi noms. Goodbye, Yoshi. Until I see you in another Yoshi level. Right down here. Oh, this one. This is gonna take me several attempts, I know. Oops. Oh god, I hope this doesn't push me over. I'm holding jump. Okay, I made it. Oh god. Oh, damn it. Oh my god, I was so close to the end. Alright, well, just one more try. I should be able to get it after that attempt. Because I'm not going to have to worry about picking them up this next attempt. It's just a race to the top. Oops. Okay. There we go. You had a meeting with the superintendent of the school to tell her about the vice principal making the school look bad? Ooh. That's always fun. Hey, McStizzy, how's it going? I'm just Marioing it up right now. On the moon. Did I do this one already? I feel like I did this one already. This is the soup one, right? Yeah, I did this one already. High stress day. Well, now you can just relax and watch me eat fruit. Just want to make sure no fruit back here. Okay. Oops, almost made that one. Got it. Got more home organization supplies in the mail, so you've got new little projects to organize your space. Nice. You showed me some pictures of how you've got things organized now. It's a cute little space you got going on there. Is it... No, where is it? Here's a couple. There's one down there. That's... Oop. Okay, well, I can get you... There we go. Okay. Now... How dare you? Oh no, I didn't want to do that. I have to go back and get my Yoshi egg again. Yoshi can't actually defeat these guys, apparently. I thought I could butt slam, but butt slamming dropped me out, so... Yoshi will have to deal with him... Oh, by just grabbing the fruit and then dropping back down. There you go, Yoshi. The pacifist route. Okay. Oh, there's two more down here. Okay. That should be it. There we go. Pitiful creature cannot even destroy enemies. I know. But he can... Well, he can destroy some enemies. Like, he can eat, like, Goombas and stuff. But I don't think that the Sherms are digestible. That's what the tank guys are called. They're called Sherms. I am grabbing some extra health for this next one. Oops. There we go. Because I think this next one... is a difficult one. Yeah, this is the difficult one. Son of a bitch. Okay. Now I can just go and grab this moon, which should top me back off to 6. Better position to deal with these piranha plants. And so long as I keep that next piranha guy off screen, he can't be shooting more ooze at me. Okay, if I grab you... Oop. Okay, got him. Hey! Okay, so I need him to shoot, and... Oh my god! There we go. Jeez. Okay. That was tough, but I got it. He's not trying to kidnap some broad. Bowser kidnapped the broad. He's trying to rescue the broad. Also, Mario doesn't eat any mushrooms in this one. Oh god, this one. Okay, this one's gonna take me multiple attempts. I know for sure. He just rolled right over the P. Okay. Just got it completely wrong there. Okay. Here we go. Son of a bitch. Okay. I bonked, so I am going back, killing you. Let's let that time run out. No, do not. Damn. Starting over. Okay. Yeah, this one's a tough one. Oops, I started slow. I want as much time as possible, so I'm letting that one. I wish it would let you, like, stomp it again to reset the timer, but... Made it. Okay. Son of a bitch. Let's go back. Okay, now we've made it. We're good. The tank guys didn't fall. They weren't on part of the platform that was vanishing. Actually, some of them were, but they didn't fall. They just, you know, vanished. They ceased to exist. Did I get... Okay, there's... Oh, I know where the last ones are. Yeah, because... Yeah, the rest of these are hint art, but... Oh, I'm in the air, that's why I can't port back there. If I head back this way, there is... one more... behind. And this is a fun one. You good, Sai? Oh, you have a cat in your arms. That would explain why you cannot chat. I understand. Okay, this is going to take me multiple attempts. But, God, I remember the first time I actually tried beating this level, I was trying it for hours. Now it usually only takes me a couple attempts, but this is a very difficult one to get. It's a lot of very precise timing. Okay. And you're coming. Good. Wonderful. Oh, a little cat in a box. That is a cute emote. And that other moon. Look at that. Was that my second attempt? That used to be the hardest moon for me to get. Yeah, Quinn. This will take me multiple attempts and then do it the next go around. Well, it's like, okay, so there is a Mario streamer named Nifsky who is basically the best SMB1 player the world has ever seen. He holds the world record for SMB1, and in fact, I don't know if you know how SMB1 speedrunning works, but like every time you complete a level, there's something called the frame rule, where you can only advance to the next level every 21 frames, which means that you can beat the game with optimal time with less than optimal play, so long as your play is optimal enough to meet the next frame rule. And Nifsky has been able to play the game so well that he is tied with the task for frame rules. Like, he's the first human to ever do it. It used to be thought to only be task possible, but he's proved that a human can do it. And so basically, his world record is just hinging on him getting a perfect 8-4. Like, once he gets that, if he gets every frame rule and a perfect 8-4, he will have the final... I don't even name that one. He'll have the final world record in SMB1. And the reason I was bringing him up is because every time I watch one of his videos of his attempts, he's actually complaining that his attempts are it's going to take him too quick to oops, I just died there. Anyway, he's worried that it's going to take him too quick to beat a new record, because he grinds for like a category extensions for SMB1 and everything like that. And like he's uploading world record videos basically every week. He's that good. And so like there are times where he's just like, no, I'm too good at this game. I want it to take longer. I want to enjoy the grind. Yeah, he has the reverse of a skill issue. He is too skilled, and that is his issue. Okay, I need to get the moon block. Where is the moon? Oh, it's over here. That's right. So what I need to do is get me a Potaboo. Personally, you want to see speedruns of troll levels? Well, the thing about that is that for really good designed troll levels, it's usually more about memorizing the trolls and less about like perfect execution of like Kaizo skill, right? Because generally speaking, troll levels are... A good troll level is designed so that once you know the troll, it shouldn't take like precision execution to defeat it, right? And people do try for like, you know, world records on troll levels on Mario Maker, and that's, you know, that's fine, but like I don't think that's as interesting, just because a lot of it is just remembering the trolls, you know? And for me, the joy in watching a troll level is watching somebody actually trip up on every single troll, fall for every single troll, right? Like, if somebody just goes in and completes a troll level in like 2 minutes, it's like, okay, well, I didn't get to see the troll, you know? Yeah, like trolling is a art. And so like if I'm watching DGR or Carl Sagan 42 go through a troll level, I'm watching that one like almost the majority of it, I would say, for their reaction to the trolls. Because they're, especially Carl Sagan 42, he is a very entertaining streamer. He has really good reactions to trolls, and like his community kind of like created the troll level genre, basically. You totally want to see me do it. I've done troll levels. The problem is, like, for a lot of them, it'll be, like, a lot of the good troll levels out there, I've already seen, like, Carl Sagan or DGR play them. And also, a lot of the really good troll levels get taken down by Nintendo. Nintendo just does not have a proper appreciation for the art of the troll. Especially because a lot of trolls... like, I can understand, I think it would be good to have, like, something where you can flag a level as a troll level so that it doesn't show up in, like, endless play, because that can be a run killer. But, like, if they had a troll tag so that you could just deliberately, god damn it, search for a troll, I'm gonna die. If you could just deliberately search for a troll, then they could just leave them alone and not take them down, you know? I just feel like Nintendo, they don't give us no respect. It's weird that they do that with troll levels, but do not care about little Timmy Garbo. Well, the thing about little Timmy Garbo is that, like, they want to encourage little Timmys to play. And, like, nothing's gonna discourage a little kid from making levels than they make their first level, their first little Timmy level, and then Nintendo bans it. Like, that's a very disheartening experience for a little kid, you know? So I understand why they're there. And, you know, Mario is a franchise designed to be for children. And certainly there's a substantial adult presence in the fandom, but Nintendo wants it primarily to be for children, and so little Timmy levels are annoying, but you should let the kids make them, you know? Oh, find the invisible block levels? Yeah, fuck that shit. Those are really annoying. Pick a pipe. Instant downvote, but... Now, pick a pipe in a troll level, depending on how it's done, can be done very well. Especially if there's, like, components about that pick a pipe that psych you out about it, where you're just like, okay, it wants me to not go here, which means I should go here, but they knew that I don't want to go here, so I should go to the other one, right? And then whichever, you know, like Carl, Carl says 50, 50, 90. Something's a 50-50 chance and he gets it wrong 90% of the time. It was wild when they did the pick-up pipe and one. Yeah, that level's bullshit. That level is specifically designed, though. Like, I understand why that level's designed the way it is. those specific levels are specifically designed to be played in multiplayer, so that you as a team can work and find all of the moons. Sorry, not all the moons, all of the God, I'm just playing Mario Odyssey and I've already forgot what the things you collect in Wonder are. Finding the Wonder Seed things. Oh, son of a bitch. Go down. But yeah, I don't think those are good designed levels. And also, like, once you've figured them out, then it's just like, okay, I know how to beat it. No, it's just, they're not good levels because they rely entirely on you just looking around trying to find the right thing. So once you know it, it's just a tedium of, okay, I have to go over here and do this thing. Whereas most of the other levels in Wonder, even, like, once you learn them, it's like, okay, I need to have the technical skill to pull off the level still, right? Which, like, isn't hard. Mario Wonder is a very easy game. But those levels, they're not even about skill. They're just about trial and error. I want to go over here. You prefer 3D worlds alone, but Wonder with friends is a lot more fun? Yeah, I don't know, maybe I should play more 3D worlds. I played it through once on stream, and I don't know how much of it was just, it was my first time playing, so I was still learning things, but I wasn't having as much fun with that one. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I already got that one. Alright. I knew you were down here. 3D world is kind of awkward. You don't vibe with the camera. Well, it's, like, I get what they were going for. They wanted to make a 3D game that had the 2D, mechanics, basically. Because a lot of the 3D games in Mario have been, like, a completely different, gameplay design aesthetic than the 2D games. And this one was kind of like, well, let's try and make a 3D game that, feels like a 2D game, you know? I guess I already got you as well, but did I get you? No, because you were Moon Kingdom, or Dark Side Kingdom hint art. Oh, hey, Peach. Try that one again. Get this art. There we go. Hey, get in there. I knew there was more to get. Also, I don't think I've gotten you, so let's get you. There we go. It's not gambling. That one's actually a game of skill. The Star Control bundle's on sale on Steam. Nice. Well, I already own those games, so... But if you want to buy them... You need a new computer, but you have zero idea how to build a PC. Well, the good news is that pre-builts these days, like it used to be pre-builts cost a lot more than just building it yourself, but honestly, that's not really true anymore these days. So, you could just buy a pre-built. You getting them? Nice. Oh wait, I just realized this is the one I want to grab. Only thing with pre-builts is that you're in Canada, so shipping is a problem. Okay, I can understand that. Honestly, building a computer is not super hard. I remember when Vosh was first starting out streaming, when he was building his new stream PC, he just had someone on voice call who was talking him through the build the whole time, and he was able to pull it off pretty well. So, like, there's just, you know, YouTube videos are pretty good at explaining all that stuff, and it's really just about knowing which parts are go with, you know, which components go with which. And you can find build guides that'll just be like, say, here's your budget, here's what you're looking for. You can literally just find build guides on, like, PCPartPicker.com, I think, that will just literally give you a list of things to buy. And they'll all work together because somebody has already curated that for you. Also, PC Part Picker is pretty good about, like, even if you're just selecting, okay, I want this part, I want this part, I want this part. It's pretty good about letting you know compatible parts and stuff. You're trying really hard not to nerd out. Oh, you can nerd out if you want. This is a safe place for nerds. Although I might call you a nerd. So, you know, you might have to deal with that. But other than that, it's a safe space. Who am I calling a nerd? Everyone. Oh no! I need this guy to respawn. There we go. Boy, I am sucking at this. There we go. Oh shit, that didn't work. There we go. Oops. That should get you. Alrighty. Alright. Oh shit. I do believe... Oh no, I already got that one. Okay, what I need to do is find a Potable. Like that one. Gimme. You're gonna be very distracted by StarCraft or Star Control 3 now? Nice. Don't think just because you've seen me play it that means you're gonna beat it first try. I was avoiding all of the death traps. There are quite a few. Make sure you save often with that game. Oh shit. That went well. Gonna give all the colonies to the Urquan? Yeah. Hey, look. Early on, it's a good strat. They have really good ships. You just have to make sure you grab them all before they turn. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, I'm trying this one over. I didn't mean to do that. Why am I sucking at this one now? Okay. There we go. Hoo hoo hoo. Give me one more. Son of a bitch. That's okay. I've got the coins. I've got the music one. Holy crap, that was a good save. No. No! Oh my god! Oh, I can't believe I choked right there. I was like, oh, let's do speed strats. And when I do the speed strats, that's when I fuck up. Why am I being so bad at this today? Okay. There we go. Come back. Now, I need you. Where's the last one? Ooh. Oh, jeez. There we go. Goddamn Hammer Bros. Hate these guys. Hammer Bros are the bane of my existence. In 3D, they're not as bad, but 2D Hammer Bros, oof. Ooh, I hate them. Alright. And we can grab this moon while we're here. And then port back over. Because there's still more soup to be had. But I might as well grab this one while I'm here. "2D Hammer Bros are so needlessly hard." Yeah. Well, and I feel like the 2D Hammer Bros in Odyssey, I feel like they do the hammer spam even more than in like SMB1. All right. I'm gonna head back over here. Yeah, there's some more stuff to grab over here. So I know I skipped a bunch around the starting area because I needed to go and grab the Oh, actually, I'm gonna head over here because I need to grab a Hammer Bro to get the moon out of that cheese block. So that's what we're doing. Also, I got him. That is a good tweet, good quote, Mixed Dizzy, and it's entirely accurate to how the game is played. Hang on. I feel like bingo. I knew I could do it. I believed in myself. Hard work and gumption. I got it done. I love the word gumption. We should bring it back. Do you feel joy because now you have Star Control 3, Sai? You believe Goombas are all lesbians? Well, I mean, the only difference between Goomba and Goombette is the hat, right? So, like, the gender is entirely clothes-based for Goombas. The DOSBox icon is funny. Would you let me... it doesn't let me throw the hat while I am bouncing off of the lava. So I really only had one shot to make sure that my hat caught something. But that's okay, because I've got the... Would you... Thank you. Because now that I've got the moon up there, I can just take you all the way on over. Skip the rest of it. How did I roll right under that? You called a DVD old tech today? Well, I mean, DVDs did come out in the 90s, so, like, it is old tech. Hell, even the Blu-ray is, like... The Blu-ray came out in the aughts, so that's old tech, too, at this point. Blu-rays are not new, Quinn. I'm sorry. Blu-rays and HD DVD came out at the same time, and one of the most popular HD DVD players was an attachment for the Xbox 360. That was 2 generations of consoles ago. So, no, Blu-ray is not new technology. Blu-rays are new until something replaces the Blu-ray. Nah. Wii is retro. Wii is 2 consoles ago. I need you. Because I need to throw a fireball at something. But what has replaced Blu-rays? Well, for a while, streaming, but, you know, that was back when people weren't, like, anticipating that streaming would be the way it is now. So, yes, it is current technology, but that doesn't make it new. That just makes it existing. Like, digital film is newer than film, but before digital film came out, nobody would say that, like, celluloid film was new. It was just the current technology for a long time. He died? How? What'd you die on? Did you die to a Dak Tac Lack Pack? Was it that early? Hey, Piptle Cakes. Yeah, sorry, Wii is retro. When the Wii came out, motion controls were seen as new and amazing. And now they're just like, oh, did this need to be a motion control? You forgot you didn't know the keys. Yeah, it turns out just watching me play doesn't actually teach you the controls. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm dead. You're having fun, I'm not your big brother? True. You know, I don't think fish really have concepts of brothers, considering that they are all spawned from, you know, big row patches. I don't think clownfish have any parental instincts. I could be wrong on that. I haven't really looked into it. Okay. There we go. Mixed Daisy says, fish untrue. Some fish are live bears like lemon sharks. Okay, well, fish isn't really a useful category. Like, there's so many different things that are fish. When I was talking fish, I was just thinking of, like, you know, the ones that lay big clutches of eggs. Sharks are actually a type of fish, Quinn, but like I was saying, fish is such a broad category that it's not super useful. Okay, I got you already. I must have already got you because, yeah, you're a story moon. Guppies are also live bearers and they're bunny fish. That's interesting. Sharks are sharks like how whales are whales. Okay. Are whales mammals, Quinn? Right. Whales are mammals, like sharks are fish. Although, even then, mammal is like a much more distinct category than fish. Because you got your bony fish, you got your ray-finned fish. There are things that we call fish that aren't even vertebrates, like jellyfish and starfish. No, the term fish is just... yeah. And then you have things that, like, are fish that we don't really think of as fish, like a seahorse. You don't really think of a seahorse as a fish, but it's a fish. It just, you know, doesn't have the traditional fish look. Oh, no, you're not supposed to eat my hat. I need you. There we are. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Seahorses feel more like fish than sharks feel like fish. I mean, sharks have far more of a traditional fish shape than seahorses do. Because sharks eat fish, and whales eat other mammals, right? Like orcas, they hunt seals. Like, hawks hunt ducks. You know, it's, like they say, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Although, generally, dogs don't eat dogs. If a dog's eating another dog, there is a severe starvation problem going on there. It's a fish-eat-fish world, it's true. Okay, I already got them. You thought some kinds of fish could do cannibalism and it's okay for them? Fish can do a little cannibalism as a treat. You know, they say you eat 7 spiders a year, but really you can eat more than that. Treat yourself. You've earned it. Alright. And... Boom. I need to get to Captain Toad. Fuck ass Captain Toad. Okay, so I'm missing 3 coins. I'm not sure where those last 3 are. They might be in a subzone. You love the moon in the distance? Yeah. Alright, let's see. Nice! Congrats, Dragon Knight. Alright, up we get. Got it. First try. Sometimes I need to do this a couple times because of the vegetables getting in the way. But... is it... yeah, here we go. Boom. Welcome back, Sai. Do you kick the Dak Tak Lak Pak's ass? Oh, I think I know. No, I got these. Okay. Where are those last 3? Oh, hang on. There's a couple things I need to get up here. You were practicing and you got killed by an Urquan. They are... oh, I guess I already got this one. They are a tough ship. What do you got for me? I've become a monster dinosaur. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, I bet I know where the last 3 are. Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be up here. Almost assuredly. Yep. There we go. That'll be more fun when you can feel your fingers. Oh, is your finger thing part of your physical therapy? I don't actually recall what your all your stuff. Also, I don't remember, it's either F4 or F5 lets you change from the isometric view to a top-down view. I usually try and do the top-down view just because I get a better sense of distance and direction in the fights that way. It's also how those fights go in Star Control 2, so... Hey, Paco, how's it going? Right now, I am become soup. Oh, oof. There we go. I was worried about that, but I made it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Your sleep schedule's out of whack? Yeah, I know how that one goes. Okay, now I'm going back in here to get the other outfit. Do I have the wedding dress? No, not yet. That one costs a lot. I'll have to grind for that one. Best Mario outfit is the skeleton or wedding dress. Yeah, Amethyst, her preferred outfit is the skeleton with the wedding veil. Okay. I got 65 out of 68. Oh, well, you know what? I'm literally right here. Hey, Takatu. Secret path? Okay, so I need to find the Luncheon Kingdom art. Oh, and then there's also going to be the taxi. Okay, so. Well then. Who is what? Oh, Amethyst? She is a Mario Odyssey modder and streamer. If you've ever seen videos of Super Mario Odyssey Hide and Seek, that's a mod that she made for there's a multiplayer mod for Mario Odyssey. Yeah, she codes a bunch, she does a bunch of the modding for that, and so she made the Hide and Seek game. And because, you know, you get a bunch of Marios in multiplayer, they make sure to have their special outfits on so that everyone knows who's who. And so she wears the skeleton with the wedding veil. Yeah, she made that one. All right. Oh, where are we going next? Actually, let's see. Well, there's Ruin Kingdom. Yeah, let's do Ruin Kingdom. You got the zoomies? I feel like... Yeah. Here we go. I knew there was a subzone here. Come here, Chuck. I don't know. Chuck without the helmet just looks weird. Oh my god, how are you gonna miss that gold coin? There we are. You love everyone complaining about the new Wicked movie, but you don't get people who are like, oh, all movies look like this now? Well, like, everything in that trailer just looks like it's all very, you know, CG backgrounds and stuff. I don't like that they aren't letting people know that it's only part 1 in the trailer, because they just said it's Wicked. But they're splitting it into two parts. And it's like when they didn't announce that Dune was going to be in 2 parts. Like, they just advertise it as Dune, and then you go and see it, and it says Dune Part 1, and it's like, well, hang on, you lied to me then. You should be upfront about that shit. But they trick people so that they'll go see it, not realizing it's only half a movie, and then they're invested now because they've seen the first half. You were drunk as fuck during Dune? Hey, listen. Should I get the sandworm popcorn bucket when I go see Dune? I'm thinking about it. They've already got it on display at my local theater, but I feel like I should buy it, you know, when I go see Dune. Oh, come on. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. We'll find out. I imagine it costs more than a regular popcorn bucket, though. And it's probably marked up, because it looks like it's just, you know, a plastic thing that you attach to a bucket. Ooh. I gotta do a review of the bucket? Yeah. At least 40. Yeah, I should... There's probably somewhere where I can find how much it's gonna cost. But yeah, I was thinking probably like $30 or something is... How did I miss? There we go. They're $25? Okay, that's actually not bad. Not bad at all. I was thinking like 30. That's only about twice the price of a regular popcorn bucket. Now, I can justify getting the popcorn when I go see movies, because I schedule myself to watch 3 movies in like a single day, right? I go on Wednesdays because Wednesdays are the days where you get double points for concessions. And I'm seeing 3 movies. I'm there all day, so like I can justify that because I get, you know, all the refills and everything. What pisses me off though is when the last movie gets out or like 11 or later, and they've shut down the concessions and turned off all the drink dispensers, because I was like, no, I was gonna fill up for the road. Now, where? Is it you? Are you the one? Yes. So. Peak parts of Team Moment streams is when I drop in between movies and drop cryptic messages. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, well, I've got about half hour between movies. I've got myself set up. Pull out my phone. Oh, Demon Mama's streaming. Let me see where she's at and say hi to chat. Okay, I've got everything here then. So we're gonna go to the Cloud Kingdom. Right, Cloud Kingdom. Is it here? Nice. You going back into Star Control 3 for more happy chemicals? Nice. Fuck. I died. You want to replay Hollow Knight? You know, I think I've got Hollow Knight on my Xbox. If I ever wanted to play that, I would need to hook up my Xbox. I mean, I've got the capture card, so it's totally doable. I would just need to, you know, run the cable and everything. Yeah. I bought Hollow Knight. I played a little bit of it, probably about an hour or so. So I would just need to set up my Xbox on my capture card to play it, you know? Did I like it? It was very difficult, but it was still a lot of fun. A guy you know lost all his geodes and quit. Alright. Let's do picture match. I like this picture match better just because there's less face pieces to work with. The Mario one has a lot more face pieces. $89. All right. All right, here we go. Let's do it again. I feel like one of these times I should try adding a Mario part and see if I still can get a winning score. Like, give him a mustache or something. In fact, I'm going to try that right now. Let's add all of the regular parts and then give him a good old mustache. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if I can win with the mustache. I won with the mustache. How do you like them apples? That is indeed a stellar Goomba. I'm gonna admire my handiwork. He looks very angry that his mustache is growing into his eye. Probably could have had the mustache go down a little further so it covers up the lip, but I'm just happy that it worked. Where are we? There are we. How are you gonna bonk? It's right there. Little fuzzies. Jump down. Jump on down. There you go, bitch. Where are we going next? Right here. There we go. Nice. Getting the hang of space fights? Nice. Okay. That's everything here then. Where to next? Actually, hang on. Oh, there's Wooded Kingdom, Lake Kingdom, Sand Kingdom. There's one that I'm missing in Cascade, which has to be the taxi one, right? Why don't I do Metro Kingdom then? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I should have gotten the... Yeah, let's do Metro Kingdom. I'll find out very quickly if I got the hint art for that area. I feel like bonking that should have activated it. You know? Just my opinion. I may be a simple country fish, but, you know, I feel like if you bonk a moon rock, it should activate it. There we go. Alright, have a good night, Domu. Thanks for stopping by. Would you land? Thank you. Gonna leave a song recommendation, OD by Polyphia. I might take a look at that later. How did I do? I must have already gotten the other one when I was just playing through regular. Let me check. RC Car Pro, yeah. And that was RC Car Jam. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So, I'm good there. You love doing the cheat for the jump rope section? What is the, what's the cheat for the jump rope section? Because I didn't realize there was a cheat. I was just gonna be like, did I just skip jump rope? But, there's a cheat. You out of bounds the letters? How does that work? This maze is much preferable to the one with the spinies. You will TTS me during jump rope and or volleyball? Okay, fair enough. That is a prime opportunity to fuck me up. I'm trying to remember who it was that, like, fucked me up by spamming a bunch of emotes when I was doing jump rope that one time. Do I want the cheat? I'm gonna try normally. It might be interesting to look up the cheat later. Like, I do cheese volleyball by doing it in two-player mode, because that makes it a lot easier. But I do have techniques for getting jump rope, so I'm just going to try it regular. You remember how to do it, it's not hard. It was it was Trans Girl Jade, you're right, Sai. Yeah, she just spammed a whole bunch of emotes, and because the way that I do it is I can't look at the screen. I have to go entirely off of audio cues. And so I'll actually end up looking at, like, just a little spot on a different monitor, not even the monitor that I've got the game running on. And I'm not even looking, like, at the screen itself. I'm looking at, like, the HP logo on the monitor. And I was doing that, but then Trans Girl Jade spammed a bunch of emotes, and I could see it out of the corner of my eye, and that was enough to mess me up. Alright. That's... I think there's still the other seed, right? Yeah. Get this other seed up there, and then it's enough putting off the jump rope. Hang on. I need these coins. And these coins. Seeb. You've never seen Witch Moon. Alright, let's go. Oh, fun. Fuck.
Sai tipped $5. Don't mess up.
Joke's on you, Sai. I fucked up before that came in. So it didn't count. Thank you for the $5. All right, let's try this one again. Son of a bitch. There we go. Got it. Just had to focus and not look at the screen. Going solely off audio cues on that one. Oh, looks like I wouldn't even be able to to have done that thing because I already used the letters. So you've never seen someone do that moon legitimately? Is that what you were saying? I will admit, it took me a very, very, very long time to figure out the timing on that one. I already got you. I might as well. Never done it legitimately because the glitch is really easy. Well, I might take a look at that glitch at some point. You don't have to tell me. I might look it up later. Okay. I'm gonna head back this way. Ow. Hey. This isn't working like I thought it would. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. Now. Yeah, so like volleyball, I think I've beat volleyball legitimately a couple of times, but then I usually just do 2-player, which is like still technically legitimate. Like 2-player is a legitimate way to play the game. It's just that Cappy can move so much faster than Mario can, so it makes catching the balls infinitely easier. Yeah, volleyball is one of the worst moons. Got it. Oh, have a good night, Quinn. Thanks for hanging out. It's always funny when I get the dark side versions of levels before I do them normally in a run. Like I already did this version Yoshi. And now I'm doing the original. Oops. Hang on, I'm going down here. I love Metro Kingdom, there's just so much to do. It's definitely one of the best kingdoms. No more games. Hands are completely numb now. I'm sorry to hear that. Take care of your hands. Now, I have to do 1-1. Is this one? Hands betray? You still need your hands. Oh, hang on. There we are. Secret. I think that's a 1-up in the base game. I got top of flagpole. I just heard somebody, like, wheel a tire outside. There's a long stretch of road not far from my house that occasionally gets used for drag racing, or for street racing, I should say. Not drag racing. Drag racing is officially sanctioned. I am dead now. But yeah, I'll, like, sometimes late at night, I'll just hear people doing street racing down there. So I'm guessing that's probably what I heard with the wheel. Oh my god. That's just on me. Like, my depth perception is just gone. Did I grab the moon up here? I probably did. Son of a bitch. But never hurts. Son of a bitch. Why am I messing up now? All that work just to see. Nope, I didn't even need it. All right. Now let's see if I can remember the fast strat for this one. Nope. That was close. Oh, here we go. Got it now. Didn't get the fast strat, but it's been a while, so I don't remember what that one was. Okay, already got those. I just realized that saying already got those really fast sounds like I'm saying arigato. Alright. I need to find all of the coins on this block. Grab you. Oh hey, it's the normal version of this one. This one's a lot easier than the rolling one. The rolling one is very tightly timed. Also, this one doesn't have bonks. Ooh. I have unlocked Darker Side. Not that I'm gonna do that. I usually like to save Darker Side for the end of the game, you know? Just feels good to end on that note, you know? Okay. Up here. You've almost grown. Hang on. Yes. Is it dino time? It's dino time. Got it. Hang on. There we go. Dizzying heights? Dizzy, they're your heights. The first time I ever tried this one, I actually landed directly on the pad. It was literally my first attempt ever at this moon. And I landed right on the pad. I was very proud of myself. Oh, hang on. Can't let me see coins and have me skip out on them. Otherwise, I will forget that I saw them. Made it up. Now, I don't know where the bird is, but it should reset every time I do this. So I'm going to do these a couple times, and then I'm going to go for the bird. So I need to go to bed now? Okay, well, have a good night, Sai. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for trying to mess me up on jump rope, even though you failed, because I messed up on jump rope before I even got it. So, your attempt was appreciated, but I beat you to it. Thank you for the beads. I'm sorry that they weren't, you know, being enough, but I think I said bees enough for it to count, you know? You two need sleeps? Well, I'm gonna finish this up, at least. I don't know if I will finish all of Metro Kingdom today, but everyone else is going to bed. Okay, now I'm gonna hang out here and wait for the bird. Should be soon. There he is. Bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. Now, did I get... Son of a bitch. Nope, I'm just coming back over here and grabbing it this way. I'm trying to remember if I got... I did not. Okay, good. Let's get this one then. Jump on down. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, did you see that? The hammer sniped me right before I hit the death plane. That was awesome. Alright. Okay. I want to at least get that painting. So I'm going to get this moon, head over to the painting, make sure I've got the coins that are on that building, and then I might call it. Let's see. Coins? Let's grab you first. Okay. And with that, let's see, is anybody live right now? Doesn't look like it. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out today. It was a fun stream. I talked about a lot of things, went on some rants, reviewed some movies, played some games, beads and bees. I hope you all have a lovely evening and enjoy the rest of your week. Bye.